Buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana, mis queridos carnales. Hola, bienvenidos. Hoy es un día muy importante por varias cosas, ¿no? El dato de inflación. No. Pero también vamos a platicar del dato de inflación. También es un día importante por lo de los eclipses y lo de los temblores también. Vamos a platicar un poco de todo esto antes de irnos a regalar esa lanita con BLOFIN y de ahí pues analizar los mercados como siempre del Casino del Tío Salo. Así que bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. Una nota antes de todo eso. Hoy va a salir otro episodio en el canal de Emprendeduros Ventures, donde estamos hablando de Lumen. Tíos, solamente para adelantárselas, para que no se lo pierdan. ¿Se acuerdan que Lumen pues empezó con los shotcitos esos saludables? Después abrió su mercado a limonada con proteína y de ahí hizo agua de sabor, agua gas, agua mineral con proteína también, con diferentes sabores, básicamente algo que han visto ustedes. Están rompiéndola, tíos, están ya en todos los Targets en Estados Unidos, ya, o sea, puedes ir ahorita a Target y comprarla y también en todos los Sprouts. Están creciendo como locos. Y hay un chingo de muy buenas noticias de ellos en este episodio. Entonces, vayan a verlo, ¿vale? Merece muchísimo la pena si están invertidos en esto. No buscando nuevos inversores, por cierto. Me da completamente puta madre lo mismo. Ya los que se metieron ya se van a llevar todos los beneficios bueno, se están llevando todos los beneficios de todo esto. Y yo estoy muy orgulloso de Yasser, así que ha sido muy chingón y sobre todo el poder participar y darle de viejito, ¿no? Consejos de, güey, ¿por qué no pruebas este pedo? Y vemos cómo nos va con eso y verlo romperla es divino, güey. Es divino, honestamente, porque hay muchas veces donde hasta en tu propio negocio no te dejan, no te escucha nadie, ¿no? Y quieren hacer todo lo que ellos quieren en vez de lo que les dices. Así que muy contento por él, muy satisfecho con el resultado. Y qué mejor, ¿no? Porque ahora sí que puedes tener 1 millón de tiendas en México, pero aquí en Estados Unidos estar en miles de tiendas vale una millonésima, o sea, vale millones más que en cualquier otro país. Muy contento. También si no han visto la de Biosol, vayan a verlo. La están rompiendo estos tíos. Y esto es una llamada para quien lo quiera. Tienes un negocio bastante grande que consume mucha energía. Güey, checa Biosol porque pueden venir y sobre todo si tienes estos negocios que usan gas natural o cosas así y tus precios cambian todo el tiempo de la energía y tienes apagones, etcétera. Habla a Biosol porque te pueden instalar todo el setup para que pagues menos al mes en energía y completamente gratis. No tienes que pagar nada por adelantado. Nada, nada. Entonces, estas empresas andan reventándola a otro puto nivel. Y estoy muy contento, muy orgulloso. Y esta es la última vez que voy a hacer esto con ustedes, donde no sé, digo, ya después hablaré con Ro de eso, ¿no? Pero yo ya no quiero nada que ver con su dinero ni nada de esto. Yo quiero ya hacer mis propias cosas. Antes creía que quería yo manejar dinero de fondos grandes y todo eso. Me puede valer 30 kilos de verga en este momento. Como inversor en la bolsa por estarla rompiendo en la bolsa y como inversor en startups que la están rompiendo también. Ya que llegué a esto, me da igual y estoy muy contento con donde estoy y lo voy a seguir haciendo para mí mismo nada más. ¿Suena egoísta? Sí. ¿Es egoísta? Sí. Pero tener que aguantar sus putas pendejadas es lo peor de todo el planeta. No las suyas, de la gente que lo hizo, creyó en los proyectos, gracias, de todos los demás idiotas. Tener que escucharlos es nefasto, ¿no? Tener que escuchar a gente que no sabe nada de nada, tener una gran opinión, es nefasto. Por eso también esto de las redes sociales lo estamos dejando poco a poco. Nada más necesito algo que hacer. Cuando encuentre otra cosa que hacer, si tengo una chamba de jardinero o algo así, ya dejaré esto también. Pero por ahora, aquí estoy. Esto me hace no perder la cabeza. Bien, con eso dicho, ya les quedé para adelante. Vamos a platicar rápido del dato de inflación para quitárnoslo de encima. Güey, a nadie más se le hizo muy divertido que todo el mundo está esperando o un dato bueno o un dato malo para que se mueva el mercado y les da neutral. Se maman, güey. Se maman estos güeyes. Bien, no hay nada que ver con el dato de inflación, cabrón. Es la peor pendejada. Lo que tienes que entender si estás viendo estos datos estúpidos es qué es lo que el gobierno está señalando, ¿no? Entendiendo que la idea es hacerte pensar que nunca van a bajar los tipos para cuando los bajen no estés listo para salirte de la bolsa y de todo esto, ¿ok? Esa es la idea. Y que cuando siguen subiendo por ahora, eso es más alcista, mucho más alcista de lo que todo el mundo te hace pensar. Si todo el mundo cree que es bajista, es alcista, mi hermano. Es todo lo que tienes que saber. Ok. Y también, para que sepan, la inflación es pura mamada. Todo esto es las empresas más grandes del mundo que son fondeadas por las mismas empresas, simplemente subiendo precios juntos al mismo tiempo entre todos ellos y también quemando diferentes instalaciones de sus empresas de comida, creando diferentes problemas en la cadena de producción para poder cortar el suministro y hacerlo sobre todo en estos momentos en las cosas básicas, que es la comida y todo eso, porque si vas a comprar un coche te los están regalando en este momento, si vas a comprar muebles te los están regalando, si vas a comprar ropa te los están regalando, nadie está comprando nada, todo el mundo está viviendo en una mega puta recesión de mierda, pero como la bolsa está arriba, a nadie le importa. Y a mí tampoco. Así que vamos a continuar con eso, solamente para que lo sepan. Vamos al tema de hoy, porque hoy es un día muy importante. Muchos de ustedes, hay mucha gente que es muy... y ahorita vamos a entrar a lo de los temblores, ¿no? Porque está temblando tanto y esto tiene algo que ver con tal vez un proyecto que se llama HARP, ¿no? En Estados Unidos, bueno, está en Alaska, pero es parte de Estados Unidos, etcétera. Y vamos primero a empezar con lo del eclipse. El día de hoy vamos a tener, o está pasando, no sé qué hora puta madre sea, hay un eclipse total del Sol. Pero no en todo el mundo. Esos son raros, esos ocurren como cada 200, 300 años. Lo que estamos viendo hoy es un eclipse total en ciertos lugares del mundo. Y estos no son tan no comunes, no son tan poco comunes, por ejemplo. Estos ocurren cada 2 años más o menos, ¿no? El último me parece que fue el 2024 y estamos en el 2026. Y el siguiente estoy seguro que es 2028. Entonces, más o menos cada 2 años ocurren. Y estos son los eclipses donde la luna tapa al sol y depende qué tanto lo tape, ¿no? Pero, por ejemplo, en lugares como España el día de hoy, porque España es el país que me parece más va a tener tapado el sol de todos, en más territorio donde más gente lo va a poder ver. Hay muchas cosas que están saliendo, muchos videos me aparecen, ¿no? Porque saben ustedes que me gusta todo lo que es hablar de espiritualidad, etcétera, buscar cosas de meditación y me aparecen puras pendejadas en mi feed de YouTube. Y todo el mundo ahorita está como loco diciendo que el día de hoy va... por ejemplo, hay una teoría de conspiración. Quiero que sepan que todos estos días normalmente acaban siendo muy decepcionantes para todos nosotros los que estamos esperando cosas espectaculares que pasen. Normalmente las cosas espectaculares pasan cuando menos lo esperas. Es parte de esto, ¿no? Entonces, si tienes esto marcado un día y dices, güey, el 12 de agosto va a haber un terremoto, va a haber lo que sea, normalmente nunca pasa. ¿Se acuerdan de los extraterrestres invadiéndonos en el partido de Argentina contra Escocia? Me parece que es lo que era. Nunca llegaron los extraterrestres. Y hay gente que hasta se inventó el mame, ¿no? De que, no, güey, es que dividieron las líneas de tiempo y en una línea de tiempo sí vinieron. O sea, se maman, ¿no? Con todo eso. Pero bueno, vamos a hablar de lo de hoy, de lo que todo el mundo está esperando, porque el día de hoy también una de las teorías que les estaba contando es que la Tierra va a cambiar de cómo rota o el eje de la misma Tierra y eso nos va a dejar sin gravedad por 7, 8 segundos. Van a ver que esto no pasa, no se preocupen, ¿no? Y eso va a hacer que todo el mundo pues, vaya al espacio y luego caiga otra vez y se revienten la madre y mueran, bla, bla, bla. Nada de eso va a pasar para que lo tengan claro. Pero lo que sí es que energéticamente, y cuando estamos hablando del sol, de todo lo que es el espacio, personalmente yo sí creo que tiene mucho que ver con nuestro, no mucho, tiene todo que ver con nosotros, por cómo está diseñado todo nuestro universo y nuestra realidad. La razón por qué lo digo es, muchos de ustedes los traen como locos en España, el gobierno diciéndoles que se pongan los anteojitos y que los vayan a ver. Y hay mucha gente que te dice, güey, no vayas a ver el eclipse. Lo que quieren es que al tú ver el eclipse te van a mandar información que en tus genes va a afectarte y la chingada. Personalmente, si el gobierno me está incitando a que vaya a ver el eclipse, no lo voy a ir a ver. Entonces, eso es algo que tienen que saber, ¿no? Ya, si hemos aprendido algo en estos años, es simplemente eso. No por cualquier cosa que vayan a hacer con mis genes ni por nada, pero simplemente si los hijos de puta del gobierno me están diciendo eso y están repartiendo los lentecitos, no lo voy a ir a ver. Voy a estar afuera, podré notar la oscuridad. Ya me he tocado un eclipse total en México. Y hay gente que los va a seguir, ¿no? Porque pues, ocurren cada 2 años. Entonces hay gente que sí le gusta viajar y ver el eclipse y la chingada. Eh, qué padre, ¿no? Se hizo de noche a las 4 de la tarde por 20 minutos. Eh, Pero yo diría, si el gobierno está incitando a todos ustedes a hacer algo, yo no lo haría, porque en verdad el poder que tiene el Sol, la Luna, las estrellas, diferentes galaxias sobre nosotros, diferentes constelaciones, es muy cierto. En mi punto de vista, y quiero que sepan, nada, esto es religión, no lo estoy intentando convencer de nada, ¿no? Pero es algo muy, muy extraño de cuando la gente muere y regresa, ¿no? De todas estas experiencias que saben que estoy obsesionado con ellas, de gente que se muere y regresa. Todas van al espacio y van a cierto lugar en el espacio, en ciertas galaxias. Es como que siempre les he dicho esto, ¿no? Todos ustedes están, ya vi la película de Spielberg, entonces les puedo decir esto, que todos ustedes están esperando a que nos saquen a los alienígenas con los grandes ojos y pelones y acá, cuando nosotros venimos de otra galaxia a habitar a estos seres humanos con nuestra alma. Crees en el alma, crees en Dios y la verga y te mueres y te vas a otro plano. ¿Dónde crees que es ese otro plano, güey? Otra dimensión. ¿No eres un puto extraterrestre viviendo una experiencia humana, si lo quieres ver así? Yo digo que sí, ¿no? Ahora, no tengo que convencerte, que no te importe, recuerda, yo estoy completamente loco y pendejo y todo eso. Es una calamidad ser yo. Pero personalmente sí creo que eso tiene muchísimo poder sobre nosotros. Yo completamente estoy 100% sobre él, no tal vez al extremo que todos ustedes están diciendo de que la gravedad nos va a afectar y la chingada, pero yo diría que siempre es un buen tiempo para estar en paz, es un buen tiempo para agarrar, leerte un libro, sal a caminar, estar en la naturaleza, quitarte el ruido, quitarte toda la mierda de siempre, porque definitivamente tenemos una conexión o de donde venimos, esto nos afecta de una manera u otra y es a lo que quería llegar. Muchos me han estado mensajeando de los temblores. Y aquí es lo raro, ¿no? Porque antes de los temblores, antes de que empezaran todos estos, yo les puse en X y no lo voy a compartir, me da igual si lo crees o no, carnal, absolutamente igual, donde todo el mundo siempre, ¿no? Cada que les digo algo así, pásate los hongos, güey, o la marihuana, que ya tristemente no he fumado marihuana en 5 meses, ya voy para 6. Eh, es una desgracia, porque en verdad mi vida ha mejorado, cabrón. No. Oigan, ¿vieron que Brad Pitt regresó a tomar alcohol? Perdón, me vienen a decir que no soy un pinche trendsetter, un güey que hace tendencias. Agarré y compré un Carrera GT y lo pinté de rosa y todos me dijeron, eres un pendejo, güey, estos coches se tienen que quedar así. Y luego Porsche agarró e hizo una rama de su propio negocio, el transformar todos estos coches de colección como yo lo hice. ¿No? Espectacular. Luego compré un 918 que me costó $2 millones en acid green, en verde pelota de tenis. Y todo el mundo me dijo, eres un pendejo, ¿quién te va a comprar un coche que sea color verde pelota de tenis? Todo el mundo está pidiendo y poniéndole wraps a sus coches de ese color, ¿no? Perfecto. Luego hice videos en YouTube y todo el mundo ahorita los está haciendo en todos lados, ¿no? Cuando me dijeron que, güey, que me debería dar pena grabarme en la calle, ¿no? Y ahora dan pena a todos ustedes, no les voy a decir que no. Eh, Todas esas cosas. Y después digo, güey, me doy cuenta de que todo el mundo aquí está optimizándose al punto de que son de mega hueva. Voy a regresar a chupar. Y no estoy siendo tetas como los bitcoiners. Voy a regresar a tomar alcohol. Voy a agarrar los fines de semana y tal vez entre semana, uno que otro día me va a poner, no me va a poner una peda, ¿no? Porque también las crudas a mi edad ya, ya están sabrosas. Pero sí me voy a reventar, güey, si quiero reventarme una cervecita, un Aperol Spritz, lo voy a hacer y regresé a tomar. Porque recuerden, yo nada más dejé de tomar, no por ejemplo, a la marihuana. ¿Por qué no regresas a la marihuana, Alejandro, si tan valiente? Porque el haber dejado la marihuana fue la peor cosa que he hecho en mi puta vida. Dejar el alcohol fue simplemente, güey, ya no voy a chupar más, ¿no? Y no pasó nada. Mi vida no mejoró, no empeoró, no cambió mi sueño, no salieron bitcoiners por todos lados y holders de XRP que nos fuimos a $32 por moneda. No pasó nada de eso. Nada divertido. Lo de la marihuana, dejarla, sí fue una mamada y nunca en mi puta vida lo vuelvo a hacer. Solamente por eso. Fue un proceso de la verga. ¿Ha mejorado mi vida y todo eso después de dejarla? Absolutamente nada. Quiero que lo sepan. Absolutamente nada. Muy decepcionante. Muy decepcionante. Pero claramente había una dependencia física, psicológica con todo eso de los sueños. Lo que sí es, pues ahora todas las noches sueño muy cabrón. Es lo único que cambió. En fin, regresando a este tema, pues antes de Brad Pitt regresando a chupar, su tío Salo regresó. Para que sepan, Brad Pitt, ahí está, de nada, de nada. Y esto no se lo recomiendo a nadie que tenga pedos de alcohol, obviamente. Esto solamente es porque yo lo hice porque quería conectarme con el más allá, ¿no? Ok, regresando al tema de los temblores. Les había dicho, porque esto es algo que está completa, esto es todo lo de los temblores. Y ahora entiendo y ahorita les voy a contar el lado del otro lado. Yo les había dicho antes, güey, vamos a ver muchos temblores este año y para adelante. ¿Por qué? Porque el sol está como loco aventándonos llamaradas de sol. Y con todos los planetas alineándose y todas estas, y sobre todo en cómo estamos en camino de todas estas llamaradas de sol, eso afecta por alguna puta razón a la Tierra. Me encantaría venir y decirte exactamente cuál es la relación. Estoy intentando aprenderla, pero los mismos güeyes que lo enseñan no pueden, no hay como no hay una ciencia perfecta, ¿no? Pero hay patrones que puedes ver, que es a mí lo que me gusta notar, ¿no? Ver cosas que pasan y poder juntarlas. Y a veces funciona y a veces no, a veces funciona mejor que otras. Y claramente eso es algo. Antes de que ocurriera el terremoto de Venezuela, literalmente un día o 2 días antes hice un en vivo donde les dije al final, y esto también lo colgué en X, a mí lo que me preocupa son los terremotos. Eso es lo que vamos a ver, bla, bla, bla. Eso es lo que tenemos que cuidarnos de. Y pasó. Y ahorita otra vez el sol está haciendo de las suyas y vuelve a ocurrir. Bien, con eso en mente, hay mucha gente que no lo quiere relacionar con esto, que lo ve como, sí, güey, sigue tomándote tus hongos y meditando y no sé qué pedo, ¿no? Perfecto. Lo que sí es que hay un proyecto que se llama HARP, ¿no? Para mucha gente que no lo conoce, y HARP es básicamente un proyecto que es en Alaska, que va en conjunto con el gobierno de Estados Unidos, que idealmente o a lo que se dedica esos güeyes es poder estudiar toda la atmósfera y cuando está cargada o no cargada para también mejorar toda la comunicación, ¿no? Con las ondas que usa toda la comunicación que tenemos y todas estas pendejadas, ¿no? Para que lo sepan. Y mucha gente, con todo el derecho que tienen, porque yo creo que la gente en este momento tiene el derecho a decir, güey, el gobierno está haciendo todas estas cosas. Yo creo que va más allá de eso, ¿no? No puedo decir que sí, no puedo decir que no. Personalmente creo, porque hay muchos de ustedes que lo están juntando con, tiene que ver con elecciones, tiene que ver con esto. Les voy a decir por qué no creo que vaya por lo de las elecciones y que haya ganado cierto tipo de candidato y todo eso. Ese es mi punto de vista. No estoy buscando estar bien. Esto es solamente mi punto de vista. Como yo lo veo, es, ustedes entonces creen que definitivamente las elecciones son libres y que gana el que va a ganar y además de que ese sea un candidato que de verdad va a mejorar o empeorar la situación de su país, ¿no? Cuando en realidad la gente que controla el planeta, mis estimados, queridos conspiranoicos, son la que decide quién va a ser el presidente de tu puto país. Y van a ponerte en la mierda a propósito. ¿No? Entonces, para tú creer esto, esta gran conspiración, también tienes que creer que tus elecciones en verdad son libres y que los dos candidatos que te están poniendo, los 4 candidatos, depende de cómo sea, en verdad hayan sido elegidos por el pueblo, cuando nada de eso es cierto, para empezar. Entonces, yo no creo que sea eso. Ahora, pueden usar tecnología para hacer que la tierra tiemble y para que llueva y todo eso. Yo sí, 100% lo creo. Pero también creo que todo el universo como tal es tecnología y que todo esto pasa y por eso tenemos este tipo de ciclos y tenemos este tipo de limpias en cada ciertos años o de diferentes, ¿no? Como hasta en The Matrix te lo dicen. No eres el primer uno, Neo. Han habido 6 antes de ti y lo mismo va a ocurrir otra vez. Necesitamos una fuerza que vaya en contra nuestra para poder hacer este reseteo y volverlo a empezar si se salen de control las cosas, que es lo que pasa. Y personalmente yo sí creo que eso es lo que sigue y sigue ocurriendo en la Tierra una y otra puta vez, ¿no? No sé cuándo, no sé si tenga que ver con los gigantes, no sé si, no, a mí no me interesa nada de eso, pero yo sí creo en completamente eso. Yo creo que para todos ustedes los que están preocupados por esto, porque su gobierno, la verga, dejen de ponerle atención a esas estupideces. El gobierno en sí, ¿no? Trabaja para estas entidades que controlan el universo. Y es el de Estados Unidos, que es el que hace todos los males en todos lados. ¿Ok? Perdón que nos estemos pasando de verga con todo esto. Son las 6 de la mañana. 6 de la mañana. Y ya les estoy contando todas estas mamadas, ¿no? Bien. Eh, yo sí creo que los que controlan todo el universo usan la infraestructura de Estados Unidos para poder hacer todas sus mamadas dentro de la Tierra sin tener que hacerlo parecer que sea magia, ¿no? Básicamente. Yo creo que no les deben de preocupar tanto por eso. Y aquí van como las malas noticias, lo que sí les tiene que preocupar definitivamente, y ahora, no quiero echarle la sal a nadie, por supuesto, y no estoy esperando a que nada de lo que diga se vuelva realidad, y espero que esté completamente mal, pero si eres mexicano, vives en Distrito Federal en México y viene el 19 de septiembre, tal vez te quieras ir a Cuernavaca, carnal, o a algún otro lado, ¿ok? Porque el 1985, el 19 de septiembre, si no estoy equivocado, fue donde tuvimos el terremoto más letal que hemos tenido en nuestra historia moderna. Y creo que en el 2017, el 19 de septiembre, tuvimos otro terremoto que mató un chingo de gente en México. Yo solamente no por HARP, no por estas mamadas que todo el mundo dice, sino porque el sol no para. Este año el sol no ha parado. Las llamaradas ¿cómo se llaman? Las bolas de fuego entrando a la Tierra no han parado. Claramente hay muchísima actividad solar, actividad planetaria y mucha actividad dentro de nuestro planeta que está ajustándose y está, como lo quieras ver, ¿no? Si simplemente eres científico y estás viendo que las cosas se mueven, el piso se mueve, ese tipo de cosas están pasando en este momento. Y yo creo que lo único que puedes hacer en este momento, y ahora te vas a morir, tío, ese es tu estado natural, te da igual. Lo que yo sé, cuesta mucho trabajo entender eso. Pero lo que yo diría es, simplemente tengan un plan con toda su familia, ¿no? Oye, si llega a temblar por acá, ¿dónde nos vemos? Porque los satélites dejan de funcionar, los teléfonos dejan de funcionar, todo deja de funcionar. Y por ejemplo, yo con mi vieja, si ocurre una manifestación, si se apagan todas las luces, no importa dónde estemos, nos vamos a ver en la casa. A la verga. Ese es el único lugar donde nos vamos a ver. Esa es la idea. Y que ustedes vayan y compren agua y todas estas mamadas. Si se te cae el techo, güey, no vas a tener el placer de poder ir a tu refrigerador y abrirlo y sacar agua, y ir al garage y sacar agua. Entonces, no te preocupes por eso. La gente que es conspiranoica está loca. Si ocurre una tragedia donde tienes que prepararte sin comer ni nada, prepárate para que gente con pistolas vengan a quitarte todo. Entonces, no te preocupes por nada de esto. No vale la pena. Te lo digo de corazón. Lo que yo digo es simplemente, si tienes un pedo donde tu familia esté en todos lados, que estén trabajando y así, escojan un lugar donde se van a ver todos y hacer lo posible para poder llegar a ese lugar. Es lo único que yo diría, es lo único que vale la pena prepararse para lo demás. De todas maneras, todo esto es random, así que pasa muy al azar, ¿no? Así que no se me preocupen, solamente tengan un plan. Y si vives en la Ciudad de México, por el amor de Dios, tal vez no te vayas a Acapulco porque es donde parece que vienen los temblores pero pues, no sé si a Cuernavaca o a dónde chingados puedes irte el 19 de septiembre o esa semana. Como ahora sí que como gran pinche sospechoso de todo este pedo, yo sí me largaría. Y es lo único que quiero decir. El día de hoy es muy importante, sí, porque definitivamente nuestro sistema solar se está alineando en cierta forma, sobre todo la Tierra, la Luna y el Sol. Y simplemente yo diría que es muy importante para que ustedes hagan de este día lo mejor y puedan hacer de la energía que venga o lo que esté viniendo a ustedes lo mejor y poder transformarlo en algo real, en su realidad, que se vuelva muy positivo. Es lo que yo les diría en vez de todas estas mamadas que les están vendiendo en todos lados. Y ahí con eso yo creo que nos vamos a regalar una lanita. ¿Cómo la ven? ¿Nos vamos a regalar una lanita o no? Tengo que, para empezar, probarlo. Sí, sí, aquí lo tengo listo para todos ustedes. Así que vamos a empezar esta mañana regalando una lana antes de irnos a todo lo demás, damas y caballeros. Y aquí lo tienen. Tienen el sorteo de BLOFIN con Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar con este sorteo. Recuerden, estos sorteos son todos los lunes, miércoles y viernes cuando tenemos estos live streams para poder regalarles $1,600 en cada uno de estos sorteos a todos los miembros que están tradeando con nosotros. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, tío, ni te metas en este pedo, por favor. No se trata de, uy, me voy a ganar dinero porque es dinero para trading. O sea, entonces no vale la pena si no sabes lo que estás haciendo. Vamos a ver quién va a ganar estos primeros $200, mis hermanos de Cristo en todos lados. Y vamos a ver quién es exactamente el primer ganador de todo esto, damas y caballeros. Si tenemos el primer ganador de los $200, si ven nombres repetidos, JH, no habíamos visto a este ganador. Felicidades, mi estimado. Te llevas $200 en trading. Si ven que se repite un ganador, si lo han visto varias veces, es porque hay muy poca gente tradeando, ¿ok? No lo digo como, güey, qué chingón, métete a tradear. Lo digo porque nadie está metido en este pedo. Ahorita es el peor mercado bajista que han visto los exchanges en no sé cuánto tiempo y por eso están haciendo cosas así, que es bueno para ustedes y es bueno para nosotros. Así que disfrútenlo. LO, J-Lo, ganó unos $400 en futuros. Felicidades, dos ganadores diferentes. Muy probablemente acá el de 1000 vaya a ser uno de ustedes dos, que es lo que normalmente ocurre. Vamos a ver si lo es. O si es el ganador de la semana pasada. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver acá quién se los está llevando, damas y caballeros. Tenemos a JH. Ahí estás, ¿ves? Te ganaste, ¿qué? Los 200 y 1000, ¿no? Vamos a ver, dame un segundo. Sí, te llevaste te llevaste $1,200 para que vean. Muy poca gente tradeando en todo esto. Y para que sepan las reglas de todo esto, los invito a que caigan a nuestro Discord. Les acabo de poner esto acá en los apartados de Elite Trading Academy, por cierto. Y les tengo más cosas que agregué, ahorita se las enseño. Pero sorteos semanales cada lunes, miércoles y viernes. Anunciamos los ganadores en todos estos. Los premios en sus cuentas llegan el lunes que sigue, después de cada sorteo, para que lo sepan. Y solamente para participar tienes que hacer esto. Aquí está el enlace y todo eso. Y aquí tenemos esto en español. Que por cierto, estos güeyes me lo mandaron en inglés. No, siempre lo están poniendo en inglés. Güey, mételo en puto chat GPT a que te lo traduzca a español, güey. No tienes ni que gastarte un centavo en diseñadores ya. O sea, no mames. Ahí lo tienen. Otra cosa que agregué acá es el manual de Elite Trading Academy, ¿eh? Mucha gente que pregunta qué es lo que es, aquí lo tienen a la izquierda. Recuerden que nuestro Discord es gratis y el valor del Discord es, Alex y Farhan les dan trades gratis, yo les doy también todo mi punto de vista de los mercados y de inversión, que pues ya saben, ¿no? El equipo ve, pero ellos saben lo que están haciendo. ¿Quieres aprender a leer gráficos? Esto es lo que recomiendo. ¿Qué incluye cada opción? En la guía rápida número 2, ¿qué te decimos? ¿Quieres aprender a hacer trading? Esto es lo que te recomiendo, los pasos, todo eso. Antes de usar tu dinero, güey, por favor, usa el simulador, todas estas cosas, pone nuestros horarios y luego tienes preguntas frecuentes acá, como compré el curso pero no me llega, adquirí el paquete y bla, bla, bla. Te pongo exactamente cómo funciona todo por si tienes cualquier pregunta. Y tenemos dos apartados de estos súper chiquitos para que lo tengan. Pero acá es donde está la lana, donde tenemos grandes advertencias de rate value, tienen todo, les comparto un poco de mi análisis de lo que he estado viendo, lo que estoy siguiendo, etcétera. Todo esto es de nuevo completamente gratis para ustedes. Y también tienes a Alex siempre mandándoles cortos y excitado para el Bear Moon el día de hoy. ¿Qué más tenemos acá? También a Farhano mandándoles todas las señales que necesiten. Y aquí hay señales gratis para todos ustedes, ¿no? Y todo esto literalmente está en Discord y es completamente gratis. Para los que ya saben lo que están haciendo, vénganse a nuestro sitio y quieren tradear rangos. Güey, este rango es una estupidez que no estemos usando este rango con todo. Se meten en tutos, les estoy dejando el enlace aquí abajo. Cuando estás tradeando un rango, ¿no? De 63,800, $63,000 a 65, lo que quieres usar son los bots de PIONEX. Esta mamada, aquí te enseño cómo hacerlo en nada, ¿no? Y usando nuestro enlace puedes copiar también los que pone Alex en Discord, donde él te pone el bot ya hecho para que tú simplemente deposites y lo puedas usar. En 6 minutos aprendes cómo usarlo para tradear rangos. Y para que sepas, cuando estás tradeando un rango, vas a escoger, güey, yo quiero comprar cuando llegue abajo y vender cuando llegue arriba. O comprar cuando llegue arriba y vender cuando llegue abajo. No puedes apostar a los dos lados al mismo tiempo. Entonces solamente tienes que escoger qué está tocando más para vender del otro lado y listo, ¿no? Para que lo tengas en mente. Y acá solo toma ese poco de tiempo. También, para los que quieren participar en nuestros torneitos de BLOFIN, ¿no? Que hacemos todo esto, simplemente lo único que tienes que hacer es usar nuestro enlace de referidos que está aquí. Y acá, para los que están aprendiendo cómo usar un exchange de futuros, En un video de 15 minutos les puse todo. Dónde encontrar los precios, cómo encontrar las acciones, porque también puedes tradear acciones acá en futuros. Básicamente, ¿qué más puedes hacer? Todo lo que es cripto, futuros, petróleo, oro, todas esas cosas las tienes acá. Y te enseño cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un short, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, cómo ponerlo dentro de tu cuenta en futuros, cómo sacarlo de tu cuenta y mandártelo a tu propia, sacarlo del exchange. Todo lo que necesites saber en un video de 15 minutos. Y estoy usando la última versión de BLOFIN acá. Lo acabo de hacer, así que el 20 de julio lo acabo de poner para que vean. Está fresco, 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 para que lo tengan en mente, ¿ok? Y pues ahí lo tienen. Todo acá tenemos los productos. Lo que yo recomiendo es, quieres aprender, tal vez no a ser trader, pero a leer una tabla, esta mamada te va a ayudar por completo, el Zero a Trader, por completo. Pero velo en Discord, ver exactamente todas las opciones, todas las preguntas que vayas a tener están ahí, estoy seguro. Y con eso podrías empezar en esto. Así que con eso dicho, mis estimados, el enlace de Discord está en la descripción del video de YouTube. Si me estás viendo en otra plataforma, simplemente ve a YouTube, pon Alejandro Salomón y ahí encuéntralo. Si quieres que te lo mande y te lo ponga en la boquita para que lo encuentres, estás perdido, mi hermano, no lo voy a hacer, ¿no? No te cuesta nada buscar en YouTube Alejandro Salomón y hacer esto. Así que con eso dicho, vámonos para adelante, mis hermanos, a darle a esto. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones. We are back in Tejas,
Nice.
Let's go.
and we got a bare moon today.
You
Nice.
traveled a lot, honestly. You explored
Yeah.
the whole United States, basically.
Alex has been waiting for this moon for so long.
Unlike Pitbull, I'm not Mr. Worldwide. I'm Mr. North America.
Hey, at least you were able to get out of there with the hurricane.
Oh, that's true. But my flight from Chicago got delayed by almost 3 hours because of that bullshit.
That's not too bad, though.
Were you on the plane, though?
No. I was at the hotel whenever I got the notification.
Oh, that's good, man. Imagine, like, fuck, dude, when you get the getting in the runway and you're there for 9 hours, it's the worst.
Fuck that.
Yeah, that's the worst.
I'm glad. Not on a plane for 2 hours if you're already bored, and then they realize they can't take off.
And they keep telling you that every 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we'll be going. So that another 30 minutes go by and you can't say anything. It's actually genius, by the way, because no one says anything.
They know it's not going to be anything close to 30 minutes. They just say that so you can't complain.
Well, because 30 minutes doesn't sound crazy, but it's long enough for you to be like, what's going on? And then after 30 minutes, they tell you the same thing. And you're like, well, that doesn't sound crazy, but it is long enough. And then in another 30 minutes, it's brilliant.
This happened to me one time where I was going to California, because back in the day I used to go every month to get myself a little care package, but they got delayed for 4 hours and I just went home.
Yeah, I mean, fuck that. What do you got for us, Alex? How you feeling?
Yeah, well, apparently, I mean, we have some bare moon. We have, I think, Parn mentioned a solar eclipse, which is interesting. I'm sure we'll talk more about that. I think today is maybe a day of decision, hopefully. And do let me know if the audio or connection's bad. It can always move.
No, it sounds pretty good and looks pretty good.
Awesome. And so I'm hoping that today is finally a day of decision for us. If you are bearish or even just watching markets, really, I mean, since June, we've just been kind of in a range. It's been a 5% range. It's been from 62.2 all the way up to 65 with extremity lows around 60K. Obviously, around that 60K is the low of Bitcoin. What's been happening, though, is every single time we go to the range lows, which is 62.2, you will notice Bitcoin has been unable to break down really since July started. So June, we started the chop in the range, but in July is really when the range started to get very tight. And you can just see here, 62.2, 65K, nothing's actually budging. You'll have false breakdown moves a little under 62.2 by very slight degree measures. And then here you'll have a nice reclaim at 65K, but no throwback. So, I mean, really, you could argue not much has changed in this chop, which is nice. The ranges are well respected. And really, it's been a really key factor on should we flip bullish here or not, especially really since we've been in this range for multiple months. I'm hoping, praying, that we will actually get follow through today. If you're watching last stream, which was Friday's stream, we talked a lot about how 65K needs to reject. And at that point, you should go down to 64.3. My line in the sand was if you lose 64K, we're going to move down. Now, let me confirm. It's Wednesday, actually, so on Monday's stream. My apologies. I thought today was actually Monday, so that's even good news for me. And so that was actually a very good point to be watching, because what we saw was on Monday's stream, actually, Bitcoin did close under 64,000. It got closures at 63,000. Where is it? Right there, 63,935. So really, I mean, almost hit closed above 64K, but missed the mark just by a few shekels. And you can see the next day we actually rejected 64K. We went down, made a new local low, and then into today we had that CPI news. Didn't even wake up to that. Just woke up to a nice wick high rejection. For me, it's nothing's changed, because 64K did reject. So you will notice that really all today did was set up for bears. We actually are now even seeing the 9 cross back under the 34, which is nice. Just a slower moving average crossing back under the higher one, but also it's maybe gearing up for a silver cross to the downside over time. You will see here, actually, no, never mind. The 55 is still 2 down, 2 above price action. But the 9 and the 21 crossing at least signals to me bears are gaining somewhat of control here. Not a really telling sign. We saw that last time back in the late July, where the 9 and the 21 crossed. We did make that low to 62.2, but you can see again that we did get bought up, and it did lead to 65. And that's why I still believe really respecting the ranges up or down it is smart. From this point was when we got bearish, really when we became bearish, really beginning of August. And you can see at 65K exactly, nothing really happened. So now as we approach 62.2, we gotta watch the same spot. This will either be another bounce zone. You'll notice here how many times we've actually bounced off 62.2. Here was multiple tests on the daily. But understand that the big point of my analysis, which we were shorting here at around 65K, is the fact that 62.2 has been hit so many times. It's just like when we were talking about 65K has been hit so many times, and I still stand on what I've said back on Monday. Whatever gets hit now at this current point, I believe is going to break. You're going to notice 65K got retested multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times here from that deviation in late July. Not even all the times we're counting, just on the daily on this deviation setup. And vice versa. Same with 62.2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 7 times as well on that deviation. I guess you could count this one as well. So 8. So technically 62.2 has been tapped one more time than 65K, meaning it is just more likely to break down at this point. This range is not going to last forever. And what you're noticing, even on the Bollinger Bands at this current point, is they're starting to actually pinch now. So this is at least telling you that even in this chop, we are the closest at current market price to actually get a move up or down. And even Bollinger Bands are kind of essentially respecting the ranges. Here's the upper at 65.4 and the lower at 62.7. So, all right, not exactly on our ranges at 62.2 and 65K, but still, regardless, it is setting up for a nice trade and good confirmation. Excuse me. Now, it is interesting because we do see the bottom 38.2% is at 63,100. And that is significant because even in the midst of this chop, what have we been really monitoring for almost 2 months? Or I guess, 2 months now because, we're almost on the 15th. So almost 2 months here. And that is daily volatility. It's been doing absolutely nothing on the moves up or down. It's been doing nothing. So we're getting no kind of indication on this. Other than potentially a new trend shift is occurring on the daily and the fact that we're making a range low move. I do believe if you break 62.2 and or 65K, you will see this daily volatility fire off. So that's the daily. It is interesting. So in this perspective, technically speaking, Bitcoin should break down, in my opinion. There's absolutely no reason why we should go back up to around 65K. And there really is becoming less of a reason to test 64K anymore. So you have to be watching now, follow through, and for potentially a breakdown once you lose 62.2. It's going to be the exact same posturing that I had at 65K. I'm fully willing to add more shorts, even add to the current short, and post even, maybe different shorts if we break 62.2. You will notice that was the criteria that gave us a new low on Bitcoin. And same with that 65K. 65K is that daily median. You reclaim that, you move up to 68, essentially. All right, we're back in black. There we go. This is the better room. Okay, cool. So let's see what we're talking about, right? So we're still going to notice the 2 days. So actually rejected the moving averages. Just make sure everything's good here. And that's important because, again, it's just kind of playing out what we're saying on the daily. You really got to see their follow through down at this current point, or you are just going to go and move up. There should be really no reason why Bitcoin tests 65K anymore. For the 2 day, you did already test that 34. You rejected, and you even got that 64.3 retest. Bears are in control on the 2 day here, but if you don't see a breakdown, again, this will play into more of a breakout setup. The 2 day is interesting because when you go to the 2 day 34, you will notice it's giving you a pretty major setup here. Upon reclaim of the 2 day 34, you will actually move up to around 72,000. Now, the 2 day has a pretty major volatility setup expected with the daily chop. Right, the more chop the daily does, just gets the higher time frames to give a setup. But again, no indication this will fire off. So just what we've been saying for the last few weeks. A move is coming soon. Above 65K, you will get a breakout move, and even the 2 days indicating a move up to around 72K. That's about 10.5% above 65K. So if you have any kind of bull FOMO here, just know that the confirmation trade will be above 65K. This is closing in 9 hours. So let's see if this holds the sell trigger. You can notice the moving averages is at 64K. That's a major spot for bulls to get a reclaim. Under it, bears aren't really concerned. Now you will notice the 5 day again got that 5 day EMA9 deviation, and this was a big part on potentially watching 64K very closely. Now this is closing in a day in 10 hours. As a bear, again, you're just simply going to need to see this 5 day close under 64K. You will notice you could easily deviate the 5 here as well at 64 flat. And again, what I've noticed, and something that Farhan has pointed out, is that 5 day setup is pretty easy to understand. As long as you're above the 5 day 9, which you currently are, technically, you got the reclaim, price action isn't. As long as price holds it, you will move up. But if you lose the 5 day 9 after being above it, and you end up getting a retest, if we actually get follow through, that'll actually reject massively. So again, that's not relevant to today, but it will be relevant if Bitcoin dumps on the daily, because at least that could be setting up for maybe a 5 day retest. Now, again, the daily needs to dump. Like we've been saying that we haven't dumped. So I'm just saying that now we have not been able to break out of the range. But technically, we should be able to break out today if bears have a spine. If we end up really getting a major red dildo down, watch the 5 day EMA5 continue to move more down with price. I'll throw that on, and we can actually start seeing it curve down if this 5 day red dildo starts getting more girthy based on the daily dump. But yeah, this is good, but God, we just need to see follow through now. Come on, bears, let's give us something. No changes on the weekly, and this has really been just kind of like when things start becoming more obvious as weekly and above, I believe. Really, I mean, the weekly still does have the silver cross to the downside, which is important because it still guides you, and it doesn't matter if this. It does not matter how much chop you get under a 9. Technically speaking, this is still massively bearish, and the weekly silver cross that occurred is what gave Bitcoin the major leg down in January, and even got the retest back in May. Now, yes, the weekly 21 did get the reclaim here, but never tested the 55. So technically, it still respected the silver cross. If you went up to the 55, could arguably be very weak to silver cross. What about here? This was before it crossed, just so everyone's aware. So here you can see the last few weeks, and literally last few weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks now, Bitcoin has found resistance off its weekly 9. Now, again, that plays into 65K, shouldn't be tested too many times, but also why bears should find some kind of control here and move down. There's literally nothing change with the bear thesis on the weekly, biweekly, and monthly at all. You still even have a weekly lower high after an obvious lower low. You never took out this higher high wick. And for the last 1, 2, 3 weeks, you've been chopping down for bulls. And notice really the wick highs haven't taken out the previous, just putting in for the last 3 weeks, bearish price structure on like a daily. You're just not being able to actually break out, move out. Now, this weekly, again, isn't closing today or even tomorrow, but something to be watching. Because, again, if the daily starts actually moving down here, this will really dictate a lot for the weekly, just like I mentioned on that 5-day. Now, the weekly 5 is at 64,200. That is the only thing that got deviated. You could argue if Bitcoin starts dumping hard into next week, you might get a rally up to the weekly 5. But that's why it's in favor for bears right now to dump Bitcoin. So they drag the weekly 5 and the 5-day 5 down. But you still can see, I mean, nothing's really changed in Bitcoin's side. And the easy part is, okay, like if you get the 65K reclaim, we've just reclaimed the weekly 9, which is significant. And you can potentially get the trend shift. The only thing bulls have going for them, let's go to the SMA 200, is the SMA 200 reclaim. And that is something I'm going to mention. That is a major spot, and that's why we need to be paying attention to 64K on that daily now. 64K is exactly where the weekly SMA 200 is. And you can see there's a little battle on the weekly right at that region. Now, it's the same thing we said here back in late June. Reclaim good, can we hold the retest? So reclaim good, can we hold the retest into this week? If you do continue to see Bitcoin hold this into this week, next week that could be actually setting up for a breakout, but that's just not what's happening today under 64K. And that's why, again, I need to be watching 64K very, very carefully, because if the dailies start closing above here and you're entering into a daily buy trigger and you're not breaking down and volatility is still contracted, then you know before the weekly closes that the SMA 200 is going to hold. But right now it's telling you on rejections at 64K, it's not going to hold. So that's why we still need to be watching carefully. If you do get a deviation play into it next week, which again, not relevant until 4 days, that will open up a whole other short setup in itself, maybe even playing into that weekly 5 and 5-day EMA 5 setup brewing. So yeah, bulls need to press up here, honestly. Let's check out that weekly HBDR. Just press that weekly median as well. This was the first reclaim we've gotten in a while, the weekly median, which again plays into the idea that like bulls got to pick it up here or they're gonna lose. They're not even in control. I can't even say control. They're just gonna lose this major spot, which is 64K weekly median, SMA 200. Cooked. There's no thesis anymore. Bitcoin will make a new low. HPDR says 55,500. Still likely if you lose the weekly median. Until then, if this does bounce, get back above that SMA 200 next week, it could be gearing up for a move up to around the 70s. And that's what the 2-day was telling us before. Get back above 65K, potentially could be gearing up for a move up to that weekly 34. Same actually setup too, by the way. Weekly median reclaim, held it, got back above the 9 and the 5, and Bitcoin actually moved up to the 34. Didn't fully test it, but went up to it along with the top 38.2%. So almost there, right? It's like almost there if you can get just that weekly 9 reclaim. And again, that just plays into, can Bitcoin get a 65K reclaim or not? So in that theory, 65K really shouldn't be, in my opinion, tested again. And if you do, you're probably going to break out. And I understand that it may seem repetitive, the same slop that we've just been seeing. And that's just summer and terrible range. But understand that if you're someone who's been watching very carefully, now if Bitcoin, let's say in a utopian market right now, does get follow through, you're going to be fully prepared. You understood 65K was not the long zone. You understood 64,000 is the short zone now. And if you do end up dumping, it's just now it's very straightforward. Finally, it hasn't been that way for a while. Then if you lose 62.2 and capitulate, awesome. We're now back in a bear market characteristic environment. We'll go to the bi-weekly again. Interesting, because weekly and up has been kind of guiding us. Nothing's really changed. It's closing in 4 days. You will notice you almost went up to 61.8%. Without getting back above that, it is just looming a breakdown here, in my opinion. And really, the target is down to the SMA 200 still, and that's at 44,000. There's never been a time in this bear market or any bear markets in Bitcoin's history where in a bear market, you've had 2 bi-weekly BBWP setups fire off. So you had one fire off here in January. It set up in October. We were talking about it all throughout May, June, July 2025. Funny, actually. The summer chop, and then down. So it is technically a point for bulls, because you already played out the length of this move and volatility did contract to another setup. At this current point, you've never really had 2 biweekly volatility setups fire off to the downside. So in this theory, bulls are looking at this setup to be what's going to break them out. But then in that idea, you really cannot see this biweekly A fire off bearish, and B, you really cannot see the pivot when Varano talks about it continue to stay down, because then that's going to mean it is going to fire down, and that will mean that we're kind of in an interesting cycle where things may be a little different in terms of the weakness that we've seen before versus now. Now I'll throw the HBDR off. We can get a clean perspective. I'll get them, meme lines off here. I'll zoom out and we can kind of see for ourselves. So we go to the last bear market really fast. You can see here. And actually, I'll get my meme lines back on. It'll help. So you can really see that even the top that you saw in 2022 bear market was not off of a volatility setup. You were actually just contracting off of the bull market volatility setup that fired off in 2020. So this move was not off of a volatility setup. This move was not off of a volatility setup. This leg down was not. It was right here where you actually got the last leg down. And that's when Bitcoin went to 15,000 bottom. So it went here in this region here. So like 18, 17K. I guess at 15K is when it contracted. And then that's important because 15K contraction, that's what led to the setup firing off, giving bulls the breakout move. So you can see after one fired off, the next one did fire for bulls. Bear market, you can see here that you never actually in the bear market got a bi-weekly volatility setup in 2018. Again, this was just basically shaving off the major move you had up, right? Volatility fired off, went up to almost extreme levels, came down, contracted, gave you a setup, and then that's actually what did fire off. You could argue, nope, never mind. You can't even argue that. I was going to say you could argue this was one, but no, it didn't reach under 15%. So in 2018, no biweekly volatility setup ever to fire off to the downside in the bear market. Contracted on that low, and then you broke out. So even here, none. Last bear market, right, was only one. And then here, same kind of idea. We had the breakout move, gave us a major high on Bitcoin. That led to the contraction. We got a volatility setup on that low, meaning we had finally one potentially get a full contraction, but I guess you already had one for a while, actually. But on this low here, no volatility setup brought you that. The only one that fired off was up. And you can see here, up, and that's what actually took us to a new high on Bitcoin. Now, every single time we had this biweekly volatility setup fire off, what was reclaimed, which was important, is the biweekly 5 and 9. Right here, you can see 5 and 9 reclaim, broke out, volatility setup fired off. Okay, interesting. And that was after a biweekly silver cross, which made new lows in 2015. Outlier here, biweekly silver cross occurred, no new low. The 5 and 9 got a reclaim, and then the 5 and 9 got the reclaim here actually. So yeah, no correlation in that one. It just ended up firing off actually. It did a Tallahassee rug pull, fired off, made a new low, and then bulls quickly got the control. You can see the bottom though was in once the 5 and the 9 did get the reclaim, and then you moved up. But biweekly volatility did not expand after the 5 and 9 were reclaimed, before actually. So still bullish, still a point for bulls. Both correlations show bottoms were in though on biweekly 5 and 9 reclaim, even after a silver cross to the downside. Here we go, 2022, silver cross down, volatility setup contracted. You see 5 and 9 reclaimed, volatility setup fired off. Right, the first one broke us out of that zone. And that was the bottom. But you did make a new low on that biweekly 9. That just did give volatility a contraction, which is interesting because now if you go here, right, we are in a silver cross on the biweekly. You have not reclaimed even your 5. You just rejected it. And technically, you're not even, if you made a new low, each time you made a new low on the biweekly, it did end up contracting volatility. Volatility's already contracted here. So you're already getting a setup. So already in just that perspective looks a little different. If you were bullish, you're basically just waiting for this to fire off to the upside. Because as I just showed, there really has never been 2 firing down. And really there's only been like 2 now, with this bear market included, where this biweekly even took us to a new low. So already a little different in this cycle with this biweekly firing down. We only ever saw 1 cycle, but that's okay. There's not many cycles on Bitcoin. But now if you end up seeing this biweekly fire off to the downside, it's going to be actually a very different perspective that we've ever had on Bitcoin. It could just play into the idea that Bitcoin is very weak. Now, again, nothing to confirm this quite yet, and it's not firing off. And again, when Farhano does the pivots on the biweekly, let's really all pay attention to that level, because that's what's going to dictate if this is going to fire off. And if that does fire down, we're literally in a bear super cycle, technically. And that doesn't mean we're actually in a bear super cycle. It just is a meme term, but it just means bears actually have way more control than a lot of people are letting on CR. I mean, losing touch, losing reality, bears aren't in control. When very much so, they could be actually more in control than they've ever been. Now, we'll have to be paying attention to this. Now, the nice flip end of this is once the biweekly 5 and 9 is reclaimed after a silver cross down, the bottom is in on Bitcoin. And that does have a 100% hit rate. So we know then if that 69K reclaims right at this point, or at any of this point, without really breaking a new low here, even if it makes a new low, it doesn't matter. At any point, this biweekly gets a reclaim of the 9 and the 5, the bottom is in on Bitcoin. The bear market is over, the bottom is in. And again, technically, as a bull, this is on the cusp of firing off soon. Like, not an indication, it is moving up. The moving average is exactly on 15%. So slightly moving up, with daily looking like volatility on the daily can fire off along with 2-day. This is why we need to be watching the higher time frames, because really, if this ends up firing off down, understand the last really big setup we had was in January, and that's what took Bitcoin from the 90s all the way to the current levels we're at. So would be pretty disastrous, but it's very easy to understand the bullish perspective here. And that's what I hope I really clarified, which was, yes, we understand this is bearish 100%. Okay, cool. But where can we confirm if this is really good to go up? And that's just reclaim the 5 and the 9. That's good. Now, with the biweekly silver cross down, you are technically more likely to make a new low on Bitcoin. There's, again, only been one cycle where you have not, and that was 2018. So understand that that is still brewing. Trend is still down here. In this channel that you can see, it's like a meme channel now. Just wick low here, wick high there. It's most likely going to break, I believe, before the close. We'll see. But regardless, it doesn't matter about the temporality of things. As long as the biweekly pivot stays down, it's going to fire down. And there's literally, if you look at it like this, no indication that Bitcoin's going to stop or even get a bounce at 50K. There's literally not even one. Look at last time we broke 69K. It actually just totally said fuck 50Ks and went all the way to 49. Same here. Last weekly broke down at 64 and barely got a bounce at 53. It did bounce though, but barely. I mean, almost broke $10,000 down, almost smoking 50K entirely. On the flip end too, you can see, where is it? Let me just get my lines on. You can see Bitcoin literally from this point, 50K, went all the way up to 56.5, almost taking out the 50s. It didn't actually even stop here. It went all the way up to 60s from that point, but it took 2 weeks. Now here in 1 week, it literally went from 45K all the way up to 61, taking, not even stopping at 50s. Here in 1 weekly, it came down, never stopping at 50s. It went up, never stopping at 50s. It went down. Like the 50s like to just honestly break down hard. Now we have been bouncing. I mean, we did bounce technically at 58. So, but again, why I do believe Bitcoin is kind of in a weird spot where if you do end up breaking 62.2, I am looking for a new low, and that low could easily, again, get brought to you by like 44 to 49K on Bitcoin. I know you've heard that before, but again, it hasn't really changed. Nothing's really changed here on the higher time frames. Talk about a daily trend shift, even like a weekly, cool. But as long as the bi-weekly is down, that's what's going to dictate the monthly. And then now going to the monthly here, I mean, yeah, you're still just under the monthly 5. The monthly 5's at 66,400. That's why getting back above that previous weekly high or even last month's high essentially will be really key for bulls to maybe get some footing here. If you trade off 55, you're almost under it. I don't trade off 55 though, so I'm gonna just get that off. And just technically speaking, you do technically have a move to 20K. I don't think that's ever going to get hit. I don't think top G is going to be right. But you have to just really question then if you're going to get that move down to the 40s and then get a bounce. And then most will probably start talking about this monthly SMA 200, which again has little to no data. 20K will seem likely, and that's how you know the bottom will be in, because many will be fearful at that point. Now let's go on the 100, because that's what was missing. Like, where's my 100 though? Because we can't just go to an SMA 200 before 100. And that's more likely, at least testing the wick low of July 2024, getting that move to 48K. And you can actually see that this would be pretty big. I mean, this would be 23% down. If you invested $1,000 in Bitcoin, you'd be down $230. I do believe that would be enough measured move down to start getting everyone morale totally just. You'll start really hearing people call for insane targets, which we haven't really gotten in the bear market. It's just been synchronized targets. Like, is it going to be 40 or 69? But never really had everyone on the camp saying like what we had here when Bitcoin was trading at like 20, 23 to 18K, and everyone was calling for 12K. Even me, I was trying to short that. So at this point, everyone was calling for 12K. And that was about a 34% move from current market price. And you can see that's when the bottom was in. So I do believe that could be a perfect actually spot for many to just honestly say, fuck crypto, let's go to stocks, blah, 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 blah. And that's probably when the bottom will be in. And it'll just set up for a nice 2027 rally. And that was literally after a 24% move down. So it would literally be on par, actually. If I measure it at current market price, it is on par. At the wick highs, it's a little higher. But at current market price, it's about 24%. So just like one more leg down, right at the 100. You can just see the psychology at this monthly 100 is when everyone says it's basically over. It's not even a guessing game. How was it when we dumped in March 2020? That was it. Let's check out that wick. Let's check the dump on that. All right, so that was 40%. Not even like we can't relate that now, but still, monthly 100 got hit. Monthly 100 got hit. Will the monthly 100 get hit? And 3 will make a trend. So that'll then be an easy gauge in bear markets moving forward to just say, yeah, that's the Glock 3000 spot. That's why we're most likely probably not going to test around 20K. There should be no reason why we're going to test these lows. You didn't test the previous lows. And then that means that as time goes on, Bitcoin will just keep getting stronger. So you, as a bull, kind of want this to get hit, honestly. This will then really solidify just the fact that Bitcoin can bust up to new highs and continue to move up and never actually take these lows out again. Like, you may have to argue if this does end up getting the dump down, which still, I know we've been talking about this for a while, but the setup still calls for it. Is this the actual spot where Bitcoin most likely will never test again once we break out of it? Now, I know Bitcoin has, or Farhana has a floor price that we can see on that kind of idea, but I'm actually not even sure what that's called exactly. I know you know what I'm talking about, Farhana, but still something to just watch with the monthly 100 in terms of lows. So we can keep going now. I just think the perspective is key on Bitcoin and kind of where we're going, what's kind of happening. And even on the quarterly, you can see it's a race against time for bears at this point. 1 month, 19 days. If this quarterly gets a 21 deviation again, every time you've gotten a 21 deviation after being under it, which there hasn't been many. I mean, here you held it. You held it. Here was the deviation, the reclaim. The bottom was in on Bitcoin. So that's kind of what that's what bulls want to happen. But again, that solidifies why bears kind of have to start moving here soon. The quarterly target is at the 34. So if you do reject the 21, so here again was the deviation setup we just related to. If 21 does end up getting a reclaim, but more likely or not, it will just wick above the 21 like what we saw in 2022, which we already did. And before the close, it will end up turning red. And you can see off that 21, price actually dumped massively. And then it even dumped more off the 21 next quarter because it didn't reclaim it. It went straight to the 34, and that's about 24% away. That's about 20% away. So that's Bitcoin. Watch the daily now. I mean, again, I still stand on what I said. In all honesty, there should be no reason why Bitcoin doesn't go to 62.2 today. And half of what I just mentioned, why would 62.2 hold? And then if you are calling for a 60K bottom, you're just basically doing the capo trade. I mean, he called for this as well. So a triple bottom is what he wants. I guess you could do a quad bottom. But the issue with bottoms is you might get shit on your fingers when you touch them. But hey, still a setup. I do think this still could play out. We did talk about this. I just don't think it's likely at all, and it's kind of ugly now. Would have been cleaner if it was here. It's a little ugly, but still, hey, visually you can see it. If we just ignore this wick low here, maybe throw this on like a cheeky 3-day. There we go. Come on, boys. Just put it to the time frame until it matches your bias. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, let's watch that very carefully. 2-day closes today. That'll kind of guide us. 64.4 is resistance along with 64. And really you'll notice that since stream on Monday, it's actually played nicely into the bear idea. reject 65, lose 64.3. If you close dailies under 64, which that was not straight, you are going to dump. 64,000 should not really get a reclaim. You're going to expand down. 62.2 will be likely. One retest of 62.2 most likely breaks down, and that will take you down to the lows. And at that point, is Bitcoin about to make a new low, fulfilling the bear prophecy of the biweekly. Every biweekly silver cross, except for one, has led to a new low on Bitcoin in the bear market. So stay tuned, because I know it has been doing nothing, and we may keep doing nothing for a little longer, but those often give you the most glorious setups ever to be known. And those that paid attention and showed up every day get rewarded. So that's my Bitcoin analysis. Let me see if anything on the lower time frames tells us anything important, which probably not, because we're just in a range. Okay, so even on this move up, your 12-hour was still guiding you on a short. You had your 12-hour EMA 9 actually not get reclaimed, and you actually potentially just put in the next 12-hour lower high. Actually, that's important to know, because that can guide you on saying this low is probably going to get taken. Here's your lower high visual, and I could just go on the trend wave catalyst, and it probably will agree. Yeah, so lower low to lower high. How crazy. And now this is just setting up for a lower low break. That means 63.2 is most likely not going to hold if you're someone using that as a stop loss. Most likely, right? We're in a chop zone, but most likely, and still 62.2 should be the breakaway spot. You do have a pretty meaty 12-hour volatility setup, so even the lower time frames are agreeing. That's something we saw on Monday's stream. Let's actually check that now. So the 12-hour still has the setup. We are now breaking above the moving average for the first time in a while, which is nice. So that's good. In a while, it's like a few days. So just clarifying that. Okay, 8-hour did get the move down, and that was the breakdown. And that was the move that rejected 65K down. You did actually lose your 8-hour EMA 100 here. And see, price divergence, 8-hour EMA 100 retested, back under the 5. I don't use SMA 200 really on anything than like a daily or above, but I know some people do. And look, it was holding under it pretty nicely, and you even got the breakout move. You're now just testing it. So what we can say is, yeah, if you make that lower low break on the lower time frames, Bitcoin probably just ends up breaking down. 262.2. It's almost like a range, right? So still more likely to move down, and this volatility setup still can keep going along with that 12-hour, which is literally showing signs of life of firing off. It's kind of a damning sign, honestly. Keep going. 6-hour, okay. 6-hour setting up maybe for a deviation setup into tonight. Maybe it retests 64, but again, that's why what I just said, I don't really want to see 64 tested too many times. So rather, you could actually just test the 5 here. This isn't a deviation setup as well. But technically, you have a deviation setup as far as the 6-hour EMA 100. If shorts ended up getting majorly aggressive here, what could happen is a short squeeze up, we're so back, bottoms in, let me long, and then we dump. And then this just does what? Puts in lower highs. And again, we're in a chop zone, so I can't really think that's not likely. That just kind of is the flavor of the Bitcoin down moves, right? Lower low to immediate lower high, lower low to immediate lower high. So I just don't want anyone to be scoffing or being upset if this does occur, because it still plays into Bear's idea. And really what should summarize that is just 64K should hold as resistance. We'll go to the 4-hour. I don't look at the 5-hour. It's kind of weird. And so, yeah, the 4 hours closing in an hour. So, most likely maybe after a lower low break could set up for a 64K retest of the 4-hour EMA 9. But again, you could just argue about the 5. So bears have options, basically. Now, the 4-hour is getting another contraction. So you're getting another setup here, believe it or not. Gotta be watching that very carefully. The 4-hour volatility setup fired to the downside. So this 2-day is in breakdown. That's your maybe retest to 64K. So breakdown, I can draw that a little better. This is just a visual. Like maybe it was putting in constructive bullish price structure on a 2-hour, then it broke it. because you're in a lower low break. That's all that shows. And then maybe it can get the retest. But we already know that on like the 4 hours, 6 hour, and so forth. That would be at maybe 64K, maybe. This might be a gift. We'll just see. So that's the lower time frame. It is just in sequence with the daily. We just should see Bitcoin break down finally. Finally, we should. But been saying that here and here and here. I will just preface. So let's see. Let's see. Let's clench and see, boys. Now, daily, well, really, CME has been interesting because really it has just been in a breakdown. Let me go to, I guess the weekly did get the deviation place. That kind of diminished what I was going to say because the weekly wasn't a breakdown. It got the reclaim. Now we're back in. Go to the daily, though. You do see that after you did break back down under 65, it's just been pretty weak. Now, this daily volatility setup, let's see how many we've had. So 3, 6, 10. So 10. So it's like something like here. This is the last one we had, which was of this size. Or okay. Really? Wow. So I had to go all the way to 2020? Damn. Damn, girl. Really? Let me count that. No, okay. We're professionals here. 2023. My apologies. Oh, look at that. And that is actually what took Bitcoin to not a new low, but it was a move down. So we were actually in a chop zone for a while. A while. Actually, it's interesting because that was in July, August. And then in August 15th, 16th, you got the breakdown. So actually, the last time we had a major volatility set up on the daily like this, 10 or more, was in August 2023. And you can see you broke down about, on a daily, 12%. On a daily, it's not bad, 12%, really. Assuming Bitcoin then does fire off that around 62.2, we'll just measure 12%. That's like 55K, which is interesting to see. Okay, is Solana finally flipping red? Because it's been a bugger. Because Solana's been low-key. Farhana's been showing me it concerning if it's not going to break down. It's been a market leader. I said that on Monday. So we should see Solana lead in the dump, really. So really nothing yet of concern here. And even maybe today you'll get that daily volatility setup firing off, which actually plays into the idea today, hopefully, if we pray, we should maybe see Bitcoin break out of the range to the downside, perhaps. It would be glorious. And I'm okay to get the trade. Like, I'm okay if it's to the upside. As long as Bull Jesus blesses us with volatility, that's okay. But if Bear Jesus wants to show up today and resurrect, I'm okay with that as well. So Tether Dominance does have a daily buy trigger. You did get the bounce off the 100. And let's understand, like, that was a pretty big spot. We did make a major move down towards the 100 and kind of found a bottom here. Now, you'll confirm that once you get back above our 8.567% level. That's a big spot on Bitcoin. That's the last zone you saw get a reclaim before Tether Dominance made a new high and Bitcoin made a new low. So you are very close to potentially reclaiming that. You have not reclaimed it quite yet. That's why we need to be watching 62.2. Like I mentioned on Monday, if this does reclaim like this will lead to a 62.2 loss on Bitcoin. Now, on Tether Dominance, we got to start seeing bulls pick up here because the chart's been kind of a little damaged, I will say, but not by much. You can see the weekly 9 did get lost, but again, we're in a chop zone on Bitcoin, so perhaps the weekly is going to chop around the 9 and the 5.
You can see though that you are producing bearish price structure here. Each wick high is not getting taken out, and that's not good because this looks like distribution technically. You do need to start seeing 8.567% get a reclaim within the next 4 days, or this could start actually rejecting next week. Weekly volatility is now contracted, so we now are set up. This candle and this candle were set up now. So a move is coming. It is setting up even on tether dominance. This potentially is putting in structure for bulls, but you need to really get back up 8.567%. And that's why you need to be watching on the daily. Again, what's stopping this daily buy trigger from busting up and reclaiming it? Literally nothing. So we should see that. And if we don't, then yeah, damn, it's probably still in a chop zone. Now we'll know tether dominance is breaking down officially as long as 8.2 is lost. If 8.2 gets lost, you're in this range and you're going to break down. But as long as you're above it with your daily 100, you still have to be watching this as just a big spot of interest because the monthly agrees with bulls on this is bullish. This is still in a higher low posturing. You're literally at your monthly 5. If this was a Bitcoin chart, we'd be saying this is going to move up to a new high. So this is still looking very good. I mean, flip side is this is tether dominance. This isn't, this is a stable coin chart. So it's kind of like not like Bitcoin, but still you get the point. This is still very bullish price structure right off the 5 and even consolidating from the reclaim that we had in June, 1 month, 2 month. Can we get the expansion on the 3rd month or even on the 2nd month? Good with me. It's like what we had, I guess not even here because this didn't get a reclaim. Yeah, no, nothing I can really relate to. And you can see though in last bear market, every major move was off the monthly 5 and 9. Which makes sense, but just to show that perspective here. 5 and 9, 5 and 9. Now you're testing your 5. And that's interesting, right? Because look at every time we've actually made a monthly higher low on tether dominance, it's been off your 9. So if Bitcoin actually forms a higher low off the 5, couldn't you argue that that's actually strength? And maybe this is the strongest tether dominance has been in a while. Low, low. It's very hard for this just to hold the 5. Like very hard. I'm trying to just quickly look and you'll notice it's never really just consolidated off the 5 until maybe here 2016. But no, even then you bounce off the 9, the 9. Let's keep seeing this. That's a really good thing to understand, I think, because we're talking about bi-weekly doing something different. Maybe even on tether dominance, yeah, bounce off the 9, the 9. Okay. Here's somewhat of one, actually. It's 2021. You got the bounce off the 5 after the reclaim, never tested the 9. And off that 5, you did go up 57%. Wow. That was a pretty major move, 57%. So there was one. Let's keep watching. No, 9, it bounced off of. So actually deviated the 5, reclaimed it, and bounced. Here's another one. They give you a 98% move. So 50 and 90. It's pretty major. Almost touched the 9, but didn't. It actually got the bounce off the 5. Touched the 9 and then went up. So no, that was, you said 2 actually. So 2, and both led to over 40% moves. And actually the most recent one was bigger, which is funny because it's not like I should have marked this. It's 2021 and then it was here. I think we measured it from, no, my goodness. I've lost it. But we did see 2. We measured 2. Here was the first one. And it's okay. That was in 2021. And then the next one actually was further along those cycles. We measured this one here. Technically. About 100%. That was in 2022. Interesting. So it actually got bigger as time went on, which is interesting, I think. Now, I have no indication of this, nothing. I just think that's interesting. And any asset that is really bouncing off the 5 is strong. So, got to be watching this. If we do end up just bouncing off the 5, that is a dynamic we have not seen this entire bear market. That does play into the idea that even if Bitcoin is super duper duper boring right now, I do believe it is setting up for something pretty nice for bears, actually. Next target is the median, and that's testing the highs. Last time Bitcoin tested this high, we made it low. You reclaim this median, you're going to move up to 12%. So we can measure maybe we'll do the median up. And so that's about a 33% move. Each time that monthly 5 got expansion was off of a monthly median reclaim. Here, reclaim the median, bounced. Reclaim the median, bounced. So the median is at 9.2%. So we need to reclaim the median, and that could actually be setting up for a September major move up, actually. So maybe this month we'll just reclaim that median and then bounce. Maybe not, we'll see. But that's actually kind of interesting. I think that's interesting. Okay. So yeah, 8.567% is the spot. This will end the breakdown on the weekly. This is a big spot for bulls. You can see if you do end up getting back above 8.567%, look at the measured move up. That's around 9.54%. That plays into the monthly median will get reclaimed. What's separating us from a new low on Bitcoin currently is 62.2 and also this 8.57%. So in that case, then yeah, maybe that retest of 64 is going to be a major opportunity for bulls. Damn, Daniel, what a nice bounce on oil. And is oil just setting up again? Interesting. All right, let's go to Bitcoin dominance. The weekly is really the only perspective that's important. And remember what we've been saying this entire bear market. Weekly EMA 34 is the only important spot for you to be watching. That was the last rejection spot in October. Where is it? November, October, here. Okay, I'm a little dumb. Here, this wick high. The 34 rejected, and what you've noticed is you either get major moves up on Bitcoin dominance. Once the weekly 34 is reclaimed, here you go. Or you just keep rejecting it, literally. And every move up is like the same idea. Bitcoin ends up looking kind of bullish. People get bullish on CR. The weekly 34 rejects, and then we make a new low on Bitcoin dominance and also on Bitcoin. That's still working out pretty nice. Now, I understand the last few times we hit it, we didn't full on reject. You did end up moving down last time. But yeah, not full on rejection. But hey, look, we did end up rejecting the weekly 34 once again. And that's why I only watch the weeklies. I think it's the big perspective, the easy perspective, and will really guide us on knowing if we're actually going to get a breakout on Bitcoin dominance, which could mean Bitcoin will break out. Now, the weekly 34 is at 59.43% currently, and that's exactly where we rejected. You will notice you're now kind of in breakdown. It's irrelevant, in my opinion, until you lose the weekly 100. You're getting a weekly volatility setup, which is absolutely damning because this major one was firing off for bulls, and they've lost control. And since they've lost control, it just literally chopped enough to give them a setup again on volatility. And so now bears might get control, which is something we're already seeing on Bitcoin and already seeing the rejection happen off the weekly 34. This is not strong. So we'll get confirmation next week of a breakdown once Bitcoin dominance loses its weekly EMA 100. And remember, that's literally been just the same level we've been watching this really entire chop. Like weekly 100 needs to break, we'll move down, we bounced. Okay, weekly 100 needs to break, we'll bounce. Weekly 100 needs to break, we bounced. Even here, it bounced. It did break. It did not hold the retest. This is when chop started to occur. So are we going to let this failure mess up our morale? No, we're just going to wait for the loss of it again and try to really watch for a breakdown on markets. And it's close. It's very close now, actually. It's a major, major girthy red dildo on the weekly. So that means it's very girthy on the daily, and there's literally nothing but air until you take these lows out on Bitcoin dominance. And even the daily volatility setup is firing off on Bitcoin dominance to the downside at this current point. So Tether dominance is a daily buy trigger. Bitcoin has a 64K rejection on the daily, and even Bitcoin dominance has now a loss of major support with a daily sell trigger. That is why Bitcoin should move down today. And if it doesn't, then we are potentially not going to break down, and we're going to reclaim 65K, and that'll mean we're going to move up to 69. If Bitcoin gets back above 69K, that will mean that the bi-weekly has reclaimed its EMA 5 and 9, and every single time the bi-weekly has a silver cross to the downside and reclaims its bi-weekly EMA 5 and 9 at the same time and holds it, that means the bottom is in. So we don't need to guess. We don't need to really you just don't need to really stress too much about it. I think it'll be very straightforward. And vice versa, the bottom has always been brought to you by a monthly EMA 100 retest. And every single time we've hit the monthly 100 on Bitcoin, it's never, ever retested that low, first point. And second point, every single time we've actually reached the monthly 100, that's when the sentiment, psychology, traders, it's all decimated. That's when everyone starts calling for like 20, 15, 13K Bitcoin. Every single time they were calling for the death of Bitcoin here at 3K, calling for 12K at 17, 15K Bitcoin. What will they be calling at 48? I bet you they'll be calling for 20K, like Top G is already doing. But he can't tweet right now. I think he's in jail, unfortunately. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. We're watching very carefully Solana, and we're going to be watching Solana's daily volatility because, in all honesty, this has to break down. Like, no bullshit. The short's still absolutely active for me. But if you don't see this break down today, you're potentially going to see this daily volatility fire off. And we'll actually know on Solana very, very easily if Sol's going to break out because the daily 100 has been a major spot for Solana in this bear market. And you will notice every major rejection has been off of the EMA 100, essentially. So here you can just see for yourself. And I do think that this at least plays into the idea, which is we should see some kind of move today, bull or bear. Either a major bear trap's occurring or this is actually going to break out. And bear trap really doesn't make sense because the higher time frames are still down. So it's just a trap, really. It's just predatory because we're in a chop zone. So that's all I have. I'm trying to see, is there anything else? Let's go to total really fast because we remember under total was kind of like telling us we were under the SMA 200 on the weekly. Let's see what happened. Where is my total chart? Okay. Is it? I don't have it. Oh, I'm just blind. Okay, daily doesn't matter here. This is just higher time frames. Let's go to the weekly, and you can see the SMA 200 rejected. So that's not a good sign. Again, you can say there's not been many times where you've gotten major expansion off of your SMA 200. Like you haven't broken far from it in any bear market. But still, it plays into the idea, is this going to be a first? Is this a different environment? And is Bitcoin a lot weaker and crypto's a lot weaker than what we think? And is this just about to capitulate? I will quickly show. You can notice you lose it. And do you really break away from the SMA 200? Only time is this one red dildo where you did 26% away from the top. So let's measure SMA 200 down about 20%. But that was it. You just then chopped. You didn't. What I'm saying is you didn't do this. You didn't dump and then dump and then dump and then dump, and it's over. It just usually does this and then reclaims it, and then that's it. So that's something we need to be watching. Even look at this one. It dumped and then reclaimed it, and it was over. You're not like breaking away. So let's watch that very carefully. We're in this spot. And I do believe if a total does end up getting back above the weekly 9 and SMA 200, the bottom's probably in on crypto, and we're probably going to break out from here. Every time you stayed under it and got a reclaim, generally the bottom has been in. Right? We see that, like the bottom was in, bottom was in. Bottom was basically in from that low, bottom was in from this low. So we get the point. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. Watch 62.2 now. That's the next target for me. And if I would not be surprised if today gives a 62.2. I'll be a little surprised if we bounce and get back above 64 or even 65. So watch that very carefully. And what I did mention on the 4 hours, it could be setting up for a retest. I'll end off with that. So there's no confusion. Often lower low breaks lead to lower highs. So Bitcoin should be gearing up for a lower low break. We almost have it now. And in that case, you probably will get a lower high somewhere around 64 and or your EMA 5 on the lower time frames. So that's what I have.
Alrighty, beautiful. Let me share my screen. There we go. Go into a daily here. Alrighty, make this disappear for a second. Alright, there we go. All right, daily is now making its way down towards that bottom 38.2% after opening or after losing the median, and that level is currently sitting around $63,175, and momentum is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility going into expansion now from extreme lows, plus the jewels giving you a fresh sell signal here, the rejection from the bullish control zone. And what else was there? Disclosure is at 65,364, and then this one is 64. Yeah, so there is some hidden bearish divergence between these 2 points, which is confirmed currently. Your easy target is this bottom 38.2%, but the loss of this 38.2% on a closing basis brings you down towards $58,000 with a slight bounce at 61s, 58.2, roughly in somewhere in that region, which is a retest of these previous lows. Let's go back down. Let's go into the 12-hour. 12 hours also still on that short setup once we close back below the 9 EMA, and then every test of that 9 has been just further entries into that, and we are once again now below the 38.2%, which is at $63,800. As long as you are closing below that area, you will have a target of going to the 78.6, and this right now is sitting just right around $60,000 at $60,600. Anything else on the 12-hour? Okay, very close to entering into the bearish control zone also with volatility expanding from 0. 8-hour also currently now freshly flipping back down. Anything else here? Let's see. Not quite, with a nice bearish retest of the 38.2%, and you are now turning this into a shooting star dildo here. You just want to see a closure below this 200 SMA, this level at around 63.4, and then you likely will dump towards this 78.6, which is around 61.6. And you just got a fresh bearish cross here with the pink crossing below the yellow. Let's mark this off. Only take the ones that happen in between the bullish and the bearish control zone. No. We don't really have many in this region here. Nope, this is the bullish control zone. Here we do. There's one there. Let me take it like right there. No. No. Here's one. See if we can get one more. And here's another one. This is in October of 25, so the price was much higher. Okie dokie. This gave us a move down of about 1.4%. $1.8, 3% and 5.6, so around 6%. Alrighty, now let's check this one. 2.5%. Okie dokie, and the current one. Current one is down around 0.79%. So if we were to do that minimum 1.4, 1.5% number, that brings us to about 62,700. If we were to do it around 3%, 3% is basically down to this 78.6%, right around 61,007, 61,005. And then if we were to do it roughly about 5 to 6%, 5% brings us to around $60,000. 60% brings us just below 60,000 at around 59.8, 59.9, somewhere in that region. Closing 48 minutes. 4 hour also now firstly flipping back down. 4 hours putting in hidden bearish divergence, taking out these previous highs of momentum or prices making a lower high. And this will confirm with any closure below 63,570, and that also is going to give you a closure below this 38.2%, and that brings you down to around $62,000. And let me put this back on the daily. Remove HPDR for a second. Put on the moon phases. Actually, we can keep the HPDR on. Let's just take it away and make it easier to see. And look what we've got here. We got a fresh bear moon that just appeared. And this bull moon brought us up how much? Let's see, from when the moon appeared. Right around here, we went up about like 3.4%. Let's see how much we went down from the last bear moon. Here's the bear moon. We went down about 4.69%. Here's the other bear moon. We went down from the high to the low. First around 7.5%, and then we went lower to the next bull moon around like 13%. Let me just get this one again. From the high to the low, 4.69. We'll get this one. Bear moon, 4% and 6.5%. And until this bull moon around 8.5%. You got this bear moon here from the high to the low, about 6%. One more. This one from the high to the low, first around 6%, and then 9%. So let's go around and currently measure this one. The moon appeared here, and let's take it. We're currently down around 1.8%. So if we were to take it down around like 5%. From the bear moon, that gives us around $61,000. If we were to take it around 8 to 10%, brings us to around $58,000, $57,000. Interesting. If we're going to bring it to that 13%, 13 to 14%, brings us to around $55,000 roughly. Coolio. Moon's gone, HPDR back. 2-day also rejection of the median with momentum now just about to start firstly flipping back down, and volatility is now about to go into expansion as well from extreme lows. And that loss of the median brings you down to the bottom 38.2%, lining up with around 61,700, 61,500, somewhere in that region. And very close to invalidating that that setup as well with the 5 over the 21, where if you were to take out this last major low, then that does get invalidated with taking out 61,281. It's not a 100% accuracy, 90%, but not 100%. And that would also go along with losing this 38.2%, which then brings you to around that same 55,000 zone that we just saw. Okie dokie. 5-day is now firstly flipping back down. 5-day does still have hidden bullish divergence active as long as you're closing over 63,488. Actually, 62,225. Actually, that's a very nice number. And volatility is now starting to expand from 0%. And the jewel is now starting to kind of lose the curvature as well. It looks like it's going to go neutral on this next one. And this goes along with with the rejection from the median on the last 5-day candle. Brings you down towards this bottom 38.2%, which is currently just below $60,000 at like 59.6. Weekly is now moving towards the median, getting a slight bounce from that median zone. It's around $63,000, $62,990. If you do close below that median, that brings you down towards that same number we just saw previously, right around $55,000 at 55.5. And we are currently right at the reset zone on momentum. So this is neither positive nor negative momentum, with volatility now basically at 0%. 2 weeks are still rejecting the 5, and we are still below the 61.8%. And if this does close like this brings us down to the 78.6, and right now that's 57.6. And 2 week is putting in still possibility of bullish divergence, although this is going to be possible until you take out this low on momentum. And monthly, once again, back below the 55. Monthly momentum still flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. And let's go into Tether. Tether got a nice move down to the median, and you're getting a strong bounce from that median. And momentum is currently flipped up, and you're putting in, I believe, there's hidden bullish divergence here, or regular bullish divergence. Let me see. No, you made a higher low on momentum and price. Yeah, so there's hidden bullish divergence because you took out this low while making a higher low on price. And that did confirm on this candle here. And as long as you are holding over the median, you have a target towards 8.65%. Closing over that brings you to your current highs. Okie dokie. 12-hour also currently flipped up. 12-hour has bullish divergence, and 12-hour is now right around that 38.2% at 8.5%. If you can close over that, that brings you towards 8.8%, towards somewhere around there to 9%. 8-hour also firstly flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence, very close to making it into the bearish bullish control zone, and volatility is expanding too. Plus, you've gotten your closures over the 38.2%. You got a little fake move down here to sweep this previous low, and you are back above the 38.2, which is at 8.44%. You can continue to close over there, brings you towards 78.6, which is around 8.69%. Nice number. 4-hour also flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. I believe this is 8.405, and this is, oh, actually, no, you took out that low, so there's no hidden bullish divergence. And you're also right around that 38.2%, at around 8.5%, 8.49%. 2 days currently slightly below the median, which is at 8.5%. Momentum very close to flipping back up here. Volatility is almost at 0%. And if you can close back over the median, that is going to give you that volatility expansion to the upside, momentum flipping up, and that takes you into 9%. 5-day currently flipped back up, whereas Bitcoin is flipped down. You still do have bearish divergence, but this is going to invalidate if you can get a closure over 8.524%. What else? Let me zoom in here. No. Volatility is back to extreme lows. Plus, you just got a fresh bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow. But this is kind of close to invalidating with this close to each other. And if you do reject this, or if you do close back over this 9 EMA, this is likely going to close cross back above, and then that gives you a move into 9%. Okay. Weekly also currently flipped down, although very close to flipping back up here, right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Bearish control zone, with volatility expanding from extreme lows. And you are very close to getting a bullish cross here on the weekly. If the pink crosses above above the yellow, this is going to give you closure over this 38.2% most likely, and that gives you busting action to somewhere around like 9.5%, which is a new all-time high. Okie dokie. 2-week also back over the 5 and still over the median with momentum flipping up. You got a possibility for hidden bullish divergence here on the 2-week, and that will confirm with any closure over 8.659%, and then that brings you into a new all-time high. And monthly currently bouncing off of the 5. You came close to putting in some bearish divergence, never really made it possible. You had to, or hidden bearish divergence, you had to close below 8.150%. You never went that low, and you are now bouncing from the 5. And if this does continue to bounce in the 5, brings you into your current highs. Okie dokie. Let's look at RSI. Taylor's got bullish divergence on the daily. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.385% with volatility at many, many periods of 0%. And your next target is going to be the bullish control zone, and that level currently sits at 8.75%. 12-hour has fresh hidden bullish divergence. Volatility now starting to tick up from many periods of 0%. And your next target is going to be the bullish control zone at 8.53%. 8-hour currently has hidden bearish divergence, although this will invalidate with any closure over 8.498%, so right around 8.5%. And you are now putting in a drive of bullish divergence on the other side, and this will confirm with any closure over 8.447%, and that brings you into 9% on confirmation. Plus, you are now getting a volatility set up on the 8-hour, but we'll get to that on the momentum chart. 4 hours also putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over 8.4%, and then this brings you into somewhere around 8.8% with volatility back to extreme lows. That is Luna in the background. 2-day also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over 8.467%, and that brings you into around 8.69%. Nice number. Many periods of 0% volatility. Nothing. Zoom in. Oops. You're putting in some possibility of bullish divergence here, I think. Let me zoom in. Fuck. I hate that shit. Yeah, because you are making higher lows here, while price is making lower lows. And this will confirm with any closure over 8.481%. And that will give you a move into the critical zone, which is going to update, but right now it's at 11%. And volatility is at 0. And weekly is also putting in possibility of bullish divergence, which will confirm with any closure over 8.633%. Gives you a move into 10.7 with volatility back to extreme lows. 2-week also has possibility of hidden bullish divergence, confirms with any closure over 8.659%. Brings you a move into 10%. Monthly nothing, quarterly nothing. Okay, let's go into Bitcoin. Nothing there. Bearish control zones to 61.8. 12 hours got fresh hidden bearish divergence with volatility now starting to tick up from many periods of 0%. Bearish control zones at 63.3. To make sense why we're bouncing a little at the 63.3 region. Critical zones at 58.5 currently. 8 hours putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence here, which will confirm with any closure below 63.5, and that brings you down to around 61.4. 4 hours putting in one hell of a bearish engulfing dildo, engulfing 1, 2, 3, like 4 of the previous candles, almost 5 of the previous candles engulfing, and you're putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, which will confirm with any closure below 63,724, and that brings you to 61.5. Volatility is almost back to extreme lows, also basically there. 2 days got hidden bearish divergence, 3 drives with volatility at extreme lows, 0% basically, and that brings you down towards the bearish control zone at 61.6. Critical zone's at 50,000, but a little update. 3 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, confirms with any closure below 839, and that gives you a move into the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about 56,100 with volatility at 3 periods of 0%. 5-day bearish control zone is currently sitting at 57.3. See, this close is 65,000. This close is 64.9. You got a possibility of hidden bearish divergence here. This will confirm with any closure below 62.2, and that gives you a move down into around 50,000. Kind of just teleports past the 50s straight down to 50,000. And weekly also currently has hidden bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 65,364, and your next target is the critical zone, which is currently sitting at around 53.5. Two-week is also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm with any closure below 62,225, right around that 62.2 number, and it gives you a target of 47.6 on confirmation. Kind of lining up with your 2-week 200, but it's kind of front running it, which is your last bottom as well, front running it. Monthly still got active bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 76,318, and your next target is going to be the critical zone, which will update several times. Right now it's sitting at 23,000. Probably not going to go there, with volatility expanding still. Quarterly also still has active 3 drives of bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. Next level is somewhere around 49 to 46,000. And quarterly still, 6 months still has 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is the most bearish thing we've got on the long term. 3 drives of bearish divergence does bring us down to the 21, which is currently around 43,000, 44,000, but it is going to continue to rise with every single close. Eventually, it'll start to line up with somewhere around 46,000, but currently it's around 43, 44. Let's go into momentum. So tether is currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.41% with volatility at 0%. I think once you get a closure over 8.547%, this volatility is likely going to bust, and you're probably going to come back into the 9s. 12-hour also currently flipped up with a derp of life. 12-hour, I believe. Let me see here. Does have, I think, hidden bullish divergence. Yes, you do have hidden bullish divergence on the 12-hour, and it's currently at many periods of 0% volatility with momentum flipped up, and you are now entering into the bullish control zone, and it's flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.32%. 8 hours also currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.49%, which we're slightly below, but you do got 30 minutes left to go with volatility now expanding. And that is giving you an 8-hour volatility to the upside because it is currently flipped up. 4 hours currently flipped down, but it will flip back up if you close over 8.49%. So that 8.49% is the number that will keep the 8 hours still up. So if the 8 hour does remain up, the 4 hour will flip back up here, and this will be maintaining the bullish control zone with volatility back to extreme lows, and you're likely going to get some busting action off of that if this does flip back up where the 8 hour remains up. And you're now, I believe, putting in some hidden bullish divergence here, regular bullish divergence. I don't think it's on the stochastic, but it's on the RSI. 2 hours already freshly flipped back up. 2 hours putting in, believe you have it. Yeah, 2 hours putting in some hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points, and you are going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.43% with a derp of life. Two-day is also still flipped up with volatility at many periods 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 8.45%. 2-day is also now out of the bearish control zone. 5 days flip down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.85% with volatility at 3 periods of 0%. But on this next open, you are going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone, and at this point, the pivot probably does drop. We have to see tomorrow. Weekly is currently flipped down, but it's close to flipping back up, and it will flip up if you can close over 8.57%. And if it does flip up here, this is going to be maintaining the bullish control zone, and volatility is at extreme lows, and it likely does bust at that point. 2-week is still flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.76%, which we are currently below, and volatility is at extreme lows. And monthly is still down, but it's very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you close over 8.22%. Quarterly is going to still be up with hidden bullish divergence, volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Go into Bitcoin. Bitcoin is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $64,500 with a derp of death and volatility at extreme lows. And you are now about to lose the bullish control zone as long as momentum remains down. 12 hours also currently flipped down with the volatility setup starting to tick up, many periods of 0% volatility, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 65,150. Last time we had a 12-hour volatility setup, it was this one did go slightly to the downside and then went up, but let's just measure how much we went down. 3.89%. We'll take it from this point here. Brings us to around 61.5, 61.6. And that's just if it were to slightly expand, not if it were to fully expand. The fully expansion gave us this move here. $7.3 and then 8%. So if we were to take it, assume that it expands from here, take it 7.3 or 7%. Just to run $58,000. Coolio. 8 hour also expanding on volatility from many periods of 0%. More periods of 0% than I can count personally, and momentum is currently still flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 63,450, which we are slightly below. But since we are getting this volatility set up firing off to the downside, it does make it more probabilistic that this is going to close below this number. And we're also, I believe, on the edge of getting a silver cross to the downside. If you zoom in, yeah, we're the 21 and the 55 are like touching tips right now, kind of like ball sack hair away from each other. And if we do close below $64,100, these are going to force to the downside, and this is also going to be a loss of the 200 SMA, and then you're also going to very likely get some dumping action further from there to somewhere around 61.5, 61.6 for a slight bounce. And 4 hour now about to freshly flip back down with volatility now approaching extreme lows, putting in a massive bearish engulfing dildo for multiple candles. And it's going to flip down if you can close below 63,450, which you are slightly below. 2 hours also freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 63,800. 2 days currently also still down with volatility at many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 63,950. 5 days currently flipped up, and it's with volatility at 3 periods of 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 60,500. You're still within the bearish control zone though. So on this next open, maybe next 1 or 2 opens, this pivot probably will go up once you get to the edge of the bearish control zone. And weekly is still up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62.9, but weekly is also still within the bearish control zone. And 2-week is still down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing over 62,550, which we were slightly over, but you got 4 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And volatility is back to extreme lows. Monthly is still down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 65,750, with volatility still expanding from extreme lows, giving you a still active monthly downside setup. And quarterly is still down, and this pivot did go up significantly from 101 to 113, and volatility is almost back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $113,200. And 6 month is still flip down as long as you're closing below 98,500. Very, very high pivot here on the 6 month. Plus, you got 6 month 3 drives of bearish divergence, and that gives you a minimum target down to the 21, which is currently around $43,000 to $44,000. So on the low time frames here, just want to see this loss of this wick low at around $63,000. Once you start to lose $63,000, this is likely going to start accelerating towards somewhere around 61.5, 61.6. Probably gets a little bounce in that region, and then I do think that bounce will likely fail. Maybe that bounce from 61.5 takes you up to 63, who knows, or 62.2, somewhere in that region. And from there, likely going to dump below $60,000, maybe bounce somewhere around 57 to 58, somewhere in that zone, and then eventually towards somewhere around 55 to 54. Then we have to see the reaction around that region, because you still would have technically on the higher time frames targets lower towards that 21, but that will on the 6 month, which is at 43, 44, but that will rise with every single close. So the longer it takes to hit it, the higher that target would be.
Thank you, boys. Very easy to follow. 1 second. So next would be Lucid for a trade, and then after BAC for a trade.
No, really. I'll do whichever.
Vamos a ver rapidísimo por acá. Tenemos, déjeme quito todas estas pendejadas. En realidad, déjeme ver qué otra tabla tengo por acá. Esta tabla me gusta, pero déjenme quito esta chingadera. Vamos a empezar. Básicamente empecemos de donde nos quedamos la última vez. Habíamos dicho por debajo de 64, más bajista que alcista, arriba de 65, más alcista que bajista. ¿Qué ocurrió? Rechazo justamente en los 65, lo que es más bajista que alcista en este momento. Para que lo tengan un poco claro, ¿no? Vamos a algo más de temporalidades un poco más altas. Vamos a la de 2 semanas en putiza y a la mensual. 1. Y esto es lo que me gusta y lo que pienso que todos deberían de tener, ¿no? Objetivos. Entender dónde es tu zona de compra, cuándo vas a entrar con un plan. Porque cuando ocurre, normalmente la gente se espanta, ¿ok? Entonces, les recomiendo simplemente, estén equivocados o no, porque si te equivocas, lo que puedes hacer es simplemente agregar cuando te enteres que te equivoques, en vez de quedarte completamente aferrado a una idea. Farhan y Alex lo ven bastante sencillo. Ellos van a comprar entre 44 y 49. Esta zona. Entonces voy a poner, déjame ver si existe un rectangulillo. Nunca uso esas mamadas, pero sí, no hay rectángulos en esta mamada. En un segundo. Estoy completamente seguro que existen. Aquí está. Ellos van a comprar acá, ¿no? Hasta los 49. Ok. Básicamente esa es la zona donde ellos van a comprar y es lo que siguen viendo para abajo. Por el momento, en lo que continuamos para abajo, esperarías y esperarían todo el mundo que está en la misma página de con esto. Sería sencillo. Sería que vayamos hasta fin de octubre, noviembre, como siempre ocurre, más o menos por estas fechas, que continuemos cayendo por acá, pum, caigas a esta zona. y aquí hagas fondo y de aquí empieces a recuperar y acá pues puedas empezar a subir, a subir, a subir, a subir, a subir, a subir. Un mercado normal, tradicional de Bitcoin, sin sorpresas, todo normal. Esa es básicamente la idea y la ejecución que ellos van con su plan, ¿ok? Con eso dicho, vamos a temporalidades cortas. Temporalidades cortas son sencillas. Es básicamente, voy a hacer más chico esto. Espérame, antes de eso. En la mensual también tienes el promedio del 100 acá en los 46, por lo que estás debajo del promedio del 55. Siguiente objetivo es lo que están viendo ellos por ahí. No me acuerdo si en la trimestral también existe. Sí, el promedio del 34. Entonces, para ellos el objetivo es promedio del 34. En la mensual, el promedio del 100. En la de 2 semanas, tu promedio del 200, ¿no? Acá. Y en la semanal no hay nada, porque en la semanal estás perdiendo, podrías perder potencialmente el promedio del 200 semanal, que está en los 60, casi 64 planos, que es lo que estábamos usando como referencia, ¿no? Recuperas en la semanal el promedio del 9, recuperas o pierdes el promedio del 200 y es para abajo o para arriba, que es básicamente lo que está ocurriendo en este momento. Como se está viendo jugar en este momento los bitcoins. Vientos. Seguimos, ahora estamos a punto, seguimos en este chopeo, ¿no? Y esta es la parte más de hueva del mercado, que es básicamente el mismo precio desde acá hasta acá. Solamente te saliste tantito de ahí y esto lleva desde febrero. Eso quiere decir que llevas febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, entre 6 y 7 meses pendejeando aquí abajo. ¿Qué es lo que aburre a la gente? Y eso es justamente lo que saca a todo el mundo, ¿no? Entonces, si sigues aquí, felicidades, estás a punto de, espero yo, poder invertir correctamente en esto. En cripto, no estoy hablando de Bitcoin, en cripto en general. Por ahora, lo que quieres ver y lo que hemos estado esperando, si eres básicamente más alcista que bajista, es que aguante el promedio del 200. También quieres retomar el promedio del 9, empezar a cerrar por ahí. Pero la buena noticia es, si eres bajista y estás esperando esos 49, puedes hacerle corto de 49 a 46 en esta zona para continuar para abajo. ¿Qué más, además del precio, agrega a la tesis bajista en este momento? Sencillo. Vamos a ver estructuralmente hablando en la diaria. Un segundito, quitar eso. Tienes este alto con un alto más bajo. Entonces, aquí tienes formaciones bajistas, tienes este bajo con un bajo más bajo y desde entonces has simplemente tenido indecisión. Pero toda esta estructura, desde mayo a junio, técnicamente hablando, es mucho más bajista que alcista. Puedes ver que no has podido sobrepasar el promedio del 55, que es la línea naranja que está en medio. Apenas si lo puedes empezar a cerrar por encima y te lleva todavía más para abajo. Estás por debajo de todos los promedios en este momento en la diaria. En la de 8 horas, estás apenas aguantando este promedio del S&P 200. Y acá es donde está básicamente tu trade de vuelta a casa. Tienes la posibilidad de hacer un corto. Por cierto, mandaron cortos estos güeyes en Discord y además también en las alertas, por lo que los que tomaron esos trades deberían de estar bastante positivos. Tienes tu zona de corto justamente aquí donde puse esta línea y les voy a enseñar el por qué. Si pones una línea acá, puedes ver que ha sido completamente resistencia, después se vuelve soporte hasta que la pierdes, resistencia, retesteo y vienes para abajo. Esto, lo que tienes para que te dé follow through, va a ser básicamente seguimiento, va a ser perder este S&P 200 y tu siguiente zona de corto básicamente sería el retesteo de la misma. Entonces, si no has entrado en este trade, no tienes por qué fomearte. La idea aquí, 64, 200, 64, 100, no entraste, no te preocupes. Si te vuelve a dar el retesteo, pues ahí lo tienes de vuelta, ¿no? Pero si pierdes el S&P 200 en la de 8 horas, acá en los 64, en los 63, 400, debería de haber continuación para abajo. ¿Cuál es el siguiente objetivo a la baja? 62, 200. Aquí. Entonces, ese sería el siguiente objetivo, donde podrías tener un pequeño rebote en 62, 200 para después continuar para abajo e ir a un nuevo mínimo y probablemente la manera en la que lo describe Alex es una vez que te lleves los mínimos de acá, simplemente vas a caer a 40 y tantos mil. una caída de esas legendarias de Bitcoin que se rifa todo el tiempo hacer. ¿Qué más? Tengo en la de 12 horas algo por ahí. Déjenme veo. No, todos los promedios están justamente aquí arriba, exactamente en la de 12 horas, en los 64,200, en la de 4 horas que tenemos. También todos tus promedios aquí arriba en 64,200 y simplemente está rechazando todo, continuando el chop para abajo y lo que buscarías es nuevos mínimos. De mínimo esta zona, ¿no? De los 61, pero de nuevo el siguiente objetivo serían 62. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viendo ahorita simplemente para poder hacer un análisis más grande de esto? Estaríamos buscando, básicamente, de aquí abajo, de no poder cerrar. Lo primero que yo estaría viendo es justamente ahorita en 8 minutos, 14 minutos, vas a tener este cierre de la de 12 horas, la de 8 horas. Yo estaría viendo este SMA 200 en la de 8 horas, ¿ok? Una vez que lo pierdas en cierre, debería darte continuación el retesteo para continuar para abajo. Y ese siguiente objetivo debería de ser 62,200. Y el 62,200 te debería dar una especie de rebote pequeño donde te puedes salir o puedes agregar a tu posición una vez que veas que da el rebote y ahí continuar a la baja a buscar los 60,000 y una vez que pierdas los 60,000 y hagas un toque de los mínimos, de los 57, lo que sea el mínimo, vamos a verlo para no dejarlo mal hecho. Por acá en los 57, ahí deberías de romper y simplemente continuar tu caída a los, ¿qué son? A los 50, bueno, destruir los 50 e irte básicamente a los 44, a los 49. Y ahí es donde encontraríamos el fondo, no más para abajo. Y eso es simplemente basado siempre en, esto es el índice, no estoy en mi índice, perdón. Y es simplemente basado en lo normal. Ahora, esto para mí, y esto se los he dicho, el escenario más bajista, y todo esto se cancela si cierras por encima de 65, pero ya vas para abajo, o sea, ya le tienes que dar más preferencia a la baja porque estás debajo de 64. Esto para mí, este patrón de justamente esto, es básicamente esto en grande. ¿Ok? Pueden ver las similitudes de esto y esto. Eso es lo que es para mí. Para mí, y se los he dicho 1000 veces, yo quiero ver que esto haga esto, nuevos mínimos, 53, 54. Para mí esta es la jugada, ¿no? El fin de todo esto ocurre en los 53, si se llega a dar. Es lo que sería el fin para mí. Yo no tengo objetivos tan a la baja. Llegar tan a la baja me da igual, ¿no? O sea, de todas maneras, ya que es aquí o allá, son súper entradonas a largo plazo sin apalancamiento. Pero para mí deberíamos de venir, limpiar estos mínimos y vámonos para arriba. Eso sería lo más alcista que podría pasar, en mi punto de vista. Lo más aburrido y lo más culero de todo es que sigamos con este pinche chop por acá en esta zona hasta que se le hinchen los huevos a esta cosa. No sé cuándo lo vaya a dejar de hacer. Eso sería, yo creo, lo peor para todos, porque todos estamos ya aburridísimos en esta zona. Aunque, de nuevo, esta zona ha sido excelente para, ¿cómo se dice? Esta zona ha sido excelente para tradear el rango y es donde esos bots de PIONEX ayudan un chingo. Denme un segundito. A ver si estoy perdiéndome algo. Y básicamente este SMA 200 es lo que va a llevar la pauta. Les voy a contar un poco las historias que todo el mundo está viendo por acá, que se me hacen bastante importantonas para poder entender esto de la mejor manera. Ah, ok. Esta es mi resistencia. Esto está acá. Yeah, I already did it. Thank you. Thank you for looking out either way. You never know. Esto es, les voy a contar las historias de todo esto. Esto a mí me gusta, quiero verlo para abajo y esto nos diría que mínimo en un buen rebote, ¿no? Vendríamos a esta zona más o menos de los 108 a los 107, 104. Si se da todo hasta arriba, si no, tienes primero los 82 por ahora, por acá, los 80, si es que se llega a dar el rebote. ¿Qué estamos esperando? ¿Qué está esperando la gente? Por alguna razón, y esto puede ser por lo que sea, ¿no? Todo el mundo está comparando el ciclo del 2022 con el de ahorita, ¿no? Y tiene algo de sentido, pero el ciclo que más se parece es el 2018. Y si están esperando unos bajadones, deberían de estar comparándolo con el ciclo del 2018. Esto es un poco donde se complica la cosa para la gente. ¿Por qué? Porque pueden ver, el 13 de junio tienes esta bajada en el ciclo del 2022, ¿ok? Acá, el 1 de junio, tienes este bajón, pero puedes usar el que quieras. Puedes usar este o el que sigue, el del 22 de junio o el del 29 de junio. Vamos a usar el del 29 de junio. Tienes esta bajada, ¿no? Tienes el bajadón. Lo que todo el mundo mide es cuánto cayó de aquí para acá. Eso a mí se me hace un error gigantesco, porque no tuviste en este ciclo este rebote. En el 2018 también lo tuviste, aquí no lo has tenido. Esta es la gran diferencia que ya empieza a separar los ciclos. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque estamos midiendo el fondo de junio, ¿no? Es lo que deberíamos estar midiendo. Estamos midiendo el ciclo del 2022 y queremos medirlo con el fondo de noviembre, lo que ocurre justamente aquí. ¿Tendría sentido? Entonces, lo que deberíamos estar midiendo es cuánto bajó y cuánto va a bajar. Y vamos a darle el fondo más fondero, ¿no? Porque lo que deberíamos, en mi opinión, de contar es esto. Pero vamos a agarrar el más bajo. ¿Cuánto va a bajar del fondo de acá a acá? ¿Están de acuerdo? Si estás tomando el ciclo del 2022, y esto lo digo en general, todo el mundo está haciendo esta maniobra extraña que no tiene sentido para mí. Para mí este es el ciclo del 2018. Ha sido idéntico hasta ahorita, pero ahorita se acaba de romper y se los he dicho. Ok, entendido esto, vamos a hacerlo con el imán para no perderlo. De este fondo a este fondo fue una bajada de 12%. ¿Ok? Este fondo de acá fue en 17,500. El fondo de acá fue en 15,500. $2,000 menos. $2,000 menos. Vamos a donde estamos ahorita y vamos a poner de este fondo de acá un 12%. $50,000. Es donde debería de encontrar ese fondo si fuera igual que el 2022. ¿Ok? Y ahora, recuerden que este ciclo, los movimientos han sido menos explosivos, pero es lo que están contando. Nadie se va al 2022. Vamos al 2022 y usarlo. Digo, al 2018 y usarlo, ¿no? Que es lo que deberían de estar haciendo, en mi opinión, porque es el que ha seguido al pie de la letra completamente. Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que tienes? Me voy a repetir un poco acá, porque al igual que tienes el bajón de acá, no tuviste esto. Eso no existió ahorita. Simplemente lo que existió fue esto. Pero, no, sí, tal cual. Lo que existió simplemente fue esto sin nada más. Puedes descontar todo este pompazo de acá y el de acá, ¿no? Con eso en mente, mámense esta. Porque esto es lo que deberíamos de estar, en mi opinión. La gente que está usando el ciclo del 2018 para usar esto, deberías de tener una caída de 45%. ¿Ok? Y voy a usar el mismo mínimo. Una caída de 45% de acá te ponen $30,000. $30,000, $31,000. Entonces, mucho más abajo de lo que todo el mundo espera. La cosa es, ¿vamos a caer tanto esta vez? ¿Quién sabe, no? Esa es simplemente la idea. Yo creo que la única cosa que a mí que yo me quedaría de, mierda, sí sería si llegamos a $30,000. Si llegamos aquí a $30,000 es de puta madre, la neta, mis precios no son tan buenos de entrada. Ahí sí yo diría, está de la verga. Cae a 45, me da igual, 50, más que igual, 53. O sea, no nada más me da igual, es lo que estoy esperando. Que caigamos a 53, 54 para poder ya finalizar mi colocación de capital y dejar de ver esto. Es lo que yo estaría esperando. Pero por ahorita no tenemos una respuesta. La cosa extraña, y esto es lo que yo digo, es esto que va de acá para acá, nunca lo había hecho. Te voy a llevar al fin de cuando ya ves eso, para que lo entiendan, ya viste el fondo, ¿ok? Cuando ves ese tipo de acción, de acá para acá, de acá para acá. Vamos al 2018. Tienes el fondo de julio, de junio, y tienes el fondo acá. Antes de eso siempre habías tenido esto. Para arriba. Antes de eso, siempre habías tenido eso. Para arriba. Espérame. Para arriba. Acá no. Acá te dio el para arriba acá. Esa es la cosa. Podríamos estar terminando el ciclo antes, y esto es lo que yo había platicado con ustedes. Puede, y no sé cuántos de ustedes se acuerden, porque esto fue algo que dejé yo muy lejos, donde dejé de hablar de eso. Pero es algo que tenemos que tener en mente. No quiero perder estas líneas, pero también me vale absolutamente verga. No es como que científicamente no las puedo volver a poner. Son bastante sencillas de entender. Algo que ocurrió acá, y lo vamos a poner, en marzo, fue por ahí del 17 de marzo, fue justamente en este velazo, vamos a poner este velazo rojo. Voy a empezar una antes, ¿ok? Me voy a poner para que lo puedan ver. En el 2023, perdón. En marzo del 2023, colapsan los bancos. ¿Se acuerdan de eso? ¿Y qué es lo que hace Bitcoin? Para después ir para arriba. ¿Por qué es idéntico a lo que está pasando ahorita? No es idéntico a lo que está pasando ahorita, pero la cosa que practicaron acá fue hacer que todo el mundo comprara deuda de Estados Unidos a corto plazo. En marzo del 2023. Marzo 2023. ¿Y qué hizo el precio? Instantáneamente subió y nunca más volvió a bajar. Ya del fondo, o sea, el fondo de acá, ya lo habías visto y subió. ¿Ok? Entonces esperarías básicamente, relativamente hablando, si en marzo del 2023 nos hicieron comprar bonos, ¿no? A todos, con la historia de que los bancos habían quebrado, e instantáneamente Bitcoin subió. Ahora, ¿hace cuánto fue el fondo comparado con esto? Marzo, ¿no? Y aquí tienes noviembre, principio de noviembre. Noviembre, diciembre, enero, febrero, marzo. Cuatro meses antes. Y esto es lo que yo les había contado. Si sabemos que Y aquí es la mitad de enero, ¿ok? Porque es cuando pasa el Clarity, el Genius Act y toma, es básicamente cuando toma vigor el Genius Act, el 18 de enero. Si tenemos el 18 de enero, que es donde va a ocurrir lo mismo que acá, ¿no? La compra de deuda a corto plazo. Vamos a echarnos 4 meses para acá. ¿Cuántos son 4 meses del 18 de enero? 18 de diciembre, 18 de noviembre, 18 de octubre, 18 de septiembre. El fondo debería llegar el 18 de septiembre y el pump debería empezar a la mitad de enero. Pump, fondo. Si fuéramos a seguir un poco lo mismo. Ahora, sabemos qué exactamente va a pasar, no tenemos ni puta idea. A mí lo que me llama la atención es estructuralmente, porque a mí me gusta más el juego psicológico. Y el juego psicológico a mí me llama la atención en esto. Ahora, no estoy completamente colocado. Me gustaría pensar que esto ya simplemente se va a dar la vuelta, etcétera. No lo creo. Yo lo que quiero ver es esto. Es lo que yo quiero ver. A 53. Ese es el número que he tenido desde el principio. Pero también lo voy a ir, obviamente, analizando de acuerdo a cómo vaya la caída y las noticias y el miedo que tenga todo el mundo. Pero por ahora, estando donde estamos, ya cerramos la de 8 horas. Ya. Ok. ¿Cómo cerró? Por debajo del promedio del 200. Perfecto. Este es el retesteo del 200 y esto te debería llevar más para abajo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y ahora, en realidad, si tengo un cruce plateado a la baja, tal vez pueda hacer una mejor entrada acá en los 63,800. ¡Pum! Y ahí que te lleve para abajo a los 62,200 y una vez que pierdas los 62,200 para abajo y te lleve a los 50, 44, 49, etcétera. Y ahí lo tienen. Es básicamente lo que estamos esperando. ¿Qué invalida esto? Un cierre por arriba de esta zona de los 64,200. Un cierre por arriba de los 64,200 invalida todo este pedo. Y sobre todo si haces un alto más alto que 64,500, lo invalida aún más. Y eso te pone otra vez en tendencia alcista. Pero por ahora vas más para abajo. Lo raro, Ethereum y Solana que va moviendo esto, no está cayendo, ¿no? Está simplemente perdiendo el promedio del 9, ahorita en la de 8 horas, pero en la diaria continúa arriba del 55, arriba de todo. Que normalmente Solana va para adelante en esto y lo que pudo haber hecho es consolidación. Esta es consolidación alcista para dar el movimiento para arriba. Y aquí es donde tenemos que poner atención. Pero por ahora, simplemente tenemos que seguir lo que la tabla nos está dando, que es para abajo. Puedes ver el retesteo bajista, ¡pum! Y debería llevarte a los 62, de ahí a los 60, de ahí a un nuevo mínimo, y de ahí a los 50, y de ahí a los 45. Y ahí es donde debería aguantar, de acuerdo a lo que nos dicen acá los masters, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan bien en mente. Voy a contestar en putiza. Preguntan que si podemos hacer un chat de WhatsApp acá entre toda la gente para platicar. No tenemos chats a propósito. La gente viene, hace puras cagadas con toda la mentalidad de todos ustedes. Y me encantaría pensar que esta vez no, pero lo he visto, llevo 20 años haciendo esto, entonces no va a haber jamás eso, lo siento, mi estimado. Vientos, vamos a ver. Empezamos con Lucid para un trade, así que a darle para adelante.
Nice. All right, let's check it out. Because I know why we're looking at this. Lucid's having, you know, a little red price action, and it's when people start questioning if maybe the bottom isn't, and maybe we're going to go lower. And that's just based on this major move down that occurred very fast. But like we've been saying, I mean, that $2 on Lucid for me, and that was really based just only on monthly HBDR, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. Should hold. Now, it makes sense we're getting a pullback move, and actually, I think a trade is brewing here on Lucid. The idea now is that this low has to be in. The issue with this low is that you can't really run a stop loss on that, right? It's like too much. So you have to just kind of be more diligent here. For me, really, we're going to be looking at actually where this opened. So at 550. That's going to be a big spot for me. We really shouldn't be taking the open out, in my opinion. It's okay if you do, but I don't really want to be taking out that open, July 13th open. And this idea, you have a deviation setup, and really the last few deviation setups we had was here, and it couldn't hold the throwback before the dump, and then that was it. So only really one. I'd be watching for a potential trade down to around 550, 560, and maybe just a stop loss right at like 530. In all honesty, because this should be a spring. This is the bottoming candle. You should at least get a decent sized pullback to trap more shorts. That pullback should be 34%. And then at that point, that should spring you up. Your bullish price structure will form only on the basis of this wick low, not here, not here. I know bulls are looking at this. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at maybe to start here. We need the throwback to begin the move up, maybe to that weekly 34 at $8.92, where that's going to be a major spot for bulls. Why? Because you're in a deviation setup still to the downside off that weekly 34. And since you lost it, you haven't tested it. So most likely that'll give you a proper pullback. Maybe even fill some of this wick out would be perfectly okay. But for this chart, this is a trade. I do see this low holding. I do think the low is in on Lucid. I think it's a gift if you end up filling any of this wick out. For the trade being relevant, I think you should be watching for 550 to be thrown back. That's the deviation play. Here's your throwback. Here's your higher low. And then if this ends up holding 550, you can have your stop loss around 530, 520, as long as it's not under $5. Truly, you should not be running a stop loss under $5. That seems too aggressive to me and kind of illogical, because remember, if this ends up losing 550, you're probably going to fill some of this wick out. And as long as you don't take out this wick low, Lucid honestly could do this, fill some of it out, and then move up. That would be perfectly okay. And often, usually, is what happens when you get these kind of wicks. Is this what's happening? Are we filling it out? Is this what's a 30% pullback going to bring us? Unsure. What I can say is Lucid is looking very constructive here. I do think that this is the start of maybe a bottom being formed. We know they're often slow and long to be formed. So this is the process we're starting to see. 550 is my line in the sand. We saw a nice expansion before. We never got a throwback. I'm watching for that zone. And even on like the daily, if we start looking, this is actually the last spot that brought price all the way up to 840. So I don't think we should just disregard this bounce and reclaim. I think we should be using that as an active spot of support. So I hope that makes sense. And you can even see target would be right into the daily EMA 100. You get back above there. What's stopping price from going up to $9? Really nothing, actually. Anything else? So it's a meme line trade. I understand moving averages aren't looking the best on Lucid, but in my opinion, I'm just kind of disregarding that while the bottom bullish price structure is forming. That's the big idea. Bullish price structure forms to then get a reclaim of maybe that weekly 9 or weekly 21, take out the previous high, uptrend starting to form, buy trigger, and that's when we can break out. And this takes a few months, if not a few weeks. So I stand on what I said. 550 is the spot to be watching. 550 to 560, you're looking for a long on Lucid. Your stop loss can be anywhere right into $5. For me, I'll be using 530. And still very high, it's 6%. But the idea is that you'll take that to the 34. And that's about a 56%. Your risk to reward ratio is 9. It's really not that bad. And assuming you do get the bounce, let's say you don't want to take the trade at 550, then that's okay. Watch for the low to be formed here. Get the spring, and you'll get confirmation once the weekly 21 is reclaimed. That'll give you the setup to the 34. You can see you couldn't reclaim the weekly 34, right, at all. The weekly 21 here at all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could not reclaim that. So if you don't want to be an aggressive trader taking this trade here, then just long the reclaim of the 21. But in all honesty, I would play this, and I would just really try to get your stop as close to this open as possible. The idea is it's not going to take it out.
Yeah, it's the fuckiest fucking candle in all the history of the world.
Yeah.
But it's so that everyone's terrified of longing, right? Because
exactly. What if that happens again? What if that
Yeah.
happens again?
Yeah, that's a crazy invalidation too. And I'm sorry, you're using what candle as?
So I'm going to the weekly, and it's just the weekly open is my invalidation. You can run it around 5. You can run it a little lower.
So right here, 550.
Yeah, or you could do 550. I'm saying as long as your stop loss is like $5 to around 550, that's okay.
Okay.
So that's kind of the idea, and the idea is that 560 zone, your 569, is just a spring, and it moves it up.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Excelente. So after Lucid, and then Farhan's doing BAC, euro dollar for a trade.
Hey, okay, cool.
Nice. Lucid, ¿qué es lo que tenemos en Lucid? Después de haber tenido esta macromamada que le hicieron a todo el mundo, también tienen que entender por qué hacen este tipo de macromamadas. ¿Por qué? Y ahora puede que esté completamente mal, ¿no? Pero piénsalo simplemente si esto fuera a ser alcista. Te quieres meter en un trade. ¿Cuál es tu invalidación? Perfecto. 63% a la baja. Entonces aquí tienes que echarle un poco de creatividad. ¿Qué es lo que has visto desde que caíste a esta zona? Altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, después de este bajo, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, y aquí vienes a jugar a esta zona. No tiene nada de malo si ahorita lo que está haciendo Lucid es simplemente corrigiendo temporalmente en esto, ¿no? Venir justamente a esta zona y después continuar. Lo que pondrías como entrada en esta zona, y esto es un poco lo que dice Alex, puedes usar cualquiera de las dos, pero me gusta a mí 5.69 si te lo llegan a dar, porque aquí va a haber muchísimo juego con esto, tiene que hacer pensar a todo el mundo que se acabó. 5.69 tu entrada, y ¿qué usar como invalidación? Digamos este mínimo de acá en los 5.43. Y eso te pondría en una invalidación de 4.35%. ¿Quieres algo más apretado? Puedes usar la de aquí arriba en 2.30%, la de acá. Pero debería de aguantar en realidad. Pero si va a jugar juegos pendejos, ¿qué te hace pensar que no se va a llevar esta? Yo diría que aguanta algo aquí en medio, en esos 5.50. La decisión es tuya, ¿no? Pero simplemente está corrigiendo antes de probablemente continuar a la alza después de esta gran gatada que acaba de hacer. Y la pregunta es, ¿dónde? 5.69 es para mí la entrada ideal, fue lo que aguantó justamente acá, te hizo un SFP, tuviste como la barriguita del fondo y después tuviste esta gran gatada que fue para sacar a todo el mundo que compró esto. Y esta zona es la que debería ser retesteada, ¿no? Esta de acá, para después continuar a la alza en esos 5.59 y simplemente salirte en 5.43 o 5.56, la que tú quieras. Ahí lo tienes. Vamos a ver la de Farhano, que es BAC. ¿Qué vergas es BAC? Lo hemos visto, estoy seguro. Bank of America.
Bank of America. And this is for a trade?
Yes. Oh my God.
Go to the weekly first.
Banks are struggling, huh?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's struggling. It's having a really difficult time here with this massive girthy green dildo. Let's check out the weekly. Weekly is currently still flipped down. We got possibility of bearish divergence, although it's going to be very difficult to confirm it. You got to close below around $60.91 to confirm it as of now, and you have several closes or multiple closes over the 38.2%, and it has currently risen up with price, which is quite bullish, and it's making its way towards the next target, which is going to be the 78.6. This has been topping out right around the 88.3%, and 88.3% is currently around about $69. Beautiful number. I like where that lines up. This may be a sophisticated bank stock, but doesn't mean that it won't respect the 69. And let's see what else. Let's go down into the 2-day. 2-day is currently starting to freshly flip back up. You're putting in some hidden bullish divergence. Getting back over the 38.2% at around $64.33. If we do close over that area, that brings you into your 67 to like $69 number. I am more leaning towards $69 just because it's the meme number. Plus, this time around, where you rejected here, you went towards the 88.3%, and that is currently around $69. And see on the low time frames, I can't tell if that's a neutral or a buy. Maybe I'll make the pink disappear for a second. Yeah, that is a buy signal. Coolio. Daily also flipped up. Daily also has hidden bullish divergence, also closing over the 38.2%, using it as support, and that brings you into somewhere around 66 to $67. I don't know why that was difficult to say. And 12-hour also giving you a buy here, and you're very close to a 12-hour bullish cross, and this is going to be a powerful one where they're all bunched up together. 4-hour also now over the 38.2%, using it as support, brings you into like $65-66. Let's check out RSI. BAC. Well, I can't help but think blood alcohol content when I hear BAC. But I've never gotten a DUI, so I don't know why. Kind of played out here, 5-day and weekly hidden bullish divergence. And 2 days got some hidden bullish divergence. The simple moving average is at $66. Critical zones at 69. What sits between 66 and 6, and I mean not 69, 70. What sits between 66 and 70? 69. Exactamente. Duh. Daily also got currently has hidden bullish divergence. You're very close to the target, the critical zone. It's at 66.68. Anything? No. 4 hours already at the critical zone also. All right, let's look at momentum. I do see the move to $69-$70, but I don't really see anything telling me continuation. Especially since you've gone up so much. Weekly is currently flipped up. 2 days currently flipped up as long as you're closing over 63.73. Daily is up as long as you're closing over 64.24 with volatility expanding from extreme lows. 4 hours now freshly flipped back up, with volatility about to start expanding again from extreme lows, flipped up as long as you're closing over 64. I do see that move to 69.70 bucks at that point. If you can close dailies over 70 bucks, then maybe you see some continuation on this, but I would rather say no trade on this, because you're just going to be chasing, and your stop loss would be quite far, all the way down here at like 62 bucks. So I'd rather just sit out on this, not do anything.
Yeah, it's the traditional. Let me make the short of a lifetime or nothing, right?
Yeah, it's the equivalent of I'm gonna 100x long the bottom.
Yeah, yeah. So many of the. By the way, if you just read everyone's tweets on X, then you would believe that everyone's capable of doing so,
Just
right?
simply long the bottom, bro. Just short the top. It's that easy. Just do it.
Yeah, fucking crazy,
Like Shia
crazy
LaBeouf.
bastard.
Just do it.
One segundito. What is it? 33. Okay. Sorry, I'm selling some NFTs on a pump. I'm not even going to pretend I'm doing something really
Mausolito.
important over here.
Let's go.
Yeah, every time there's pumps and you can triple, quadruple your money, even if it's a little bit, why not, right?
Triple, quadruple. I'll take a double. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's small money either way. To be honest with you, it's just more for fun, but it allows me to buy more stuff eventually. It's
And I
retarded.
feel like it just compounds. I mean, you've been doing this for a while, so like it just will compound after like a year of just buying and selling, even if it's low.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty nice, pretty fucking nice.
Have you ever gotten an airdrop like recently, last year? Any free money?
I'm not sure this year, but I mean, I've gotten over $10,000 in free airdrops, and I immediately cash them out. Not like the idiots that just wait and I can't believe that.
It goes up maybe 1,000 more, and then they 80% loss.
Yeah, dude, fucking, I instantly sell. I'm not even gonna fucking
I've
pretend.
only ever gotten one airdrop from that Solana coin, and then I immediately sold it as soon as I got it.
Jupe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sold all my Jupe. Jupe, I sold over $7,000 just alone on that.
Mazel tov. I only got like 500 bucks.
Only airdrop I got was my crypto.com free NFT they gave everyone.
And that was worthless.
Yeah, oh yeah, like 20 times.
Yeah, there's just no airdrops right now because there's nothing going on. It's still dead. It's just there's for some reason it's pumping. I have no idea why. But then the super weird thing about that is there are, with all these pumps, because everything pumps like in parallel, there are things in projects that have not been moving at all that people are releasing exactly at this time, which makes no sense because they haven't done anything in years. So I don't know how it works or why it coincides all together like this, but buy some, sell some. I spent like $4,000 yesterday buying some stuff too. So just getting some money off like basically balancing it out,
Yeah. Allocating it.
Yeah, it's really stupid either way. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Farjano. And next for you will be, one second, the euro, blah, blah, blah. ETH for a trade. There you
Alright.
have it.
And
Bank of
speaking of
America, como
MSCs
todo buen degenerado que está viendo este tipo de acción, damas y caballeros, quiere hacer el trade del siglo, ¿no? ¿Dónde puedo entrar en un mega trade en Bank of America? ¿Le puedo hacer un corto y llevarme el corto de aquí a...? No, 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 no. Todo está apuntando para arriba. Esto es una de esas cosas que siempre les decimos y no hay nada que rompa esta regla. ¿Ok? Si estás viendo esto en este momento, puedes ver, no tienes ni siquiera divergencias bajistas, güey, en la de 2 semanas. Tienes este alto que es más alto que este. Perfecto. No hay nada acá. También en el HP, en el MACD, igualito. La semanal, idéntico, tío. No tienes divergencias bajistas. No hay nada. Y ahora, pero güey, si le hago un long de acá, lo que también puede hacer esta gatada es simplemente esto para continuar para arriba. Aquí no tienes un trade. No, no te quieres poner en contra de la tendencia, no quieres salirte, intentar salirte con la tuya después de que esto ha estado subiendo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 3 meses seguidos, ¿no? No, no hay tanto que decir. Esto continúa para arriba con muchísima fuerza. ¿Qué es lo que puedes hacer? Esperarte a que regrese a este nivel. Simplemente encuentra estos niveles. ¿Dónde puta madres hubo una resistencia cabrona que después se convertiría en piso? Acá. Y es más, me atrevería a ponerla acá, justamente así, porque aquí ya la retesteaste y fuiste para arriba. Si regresas otra vez al nivel de los 56, ahí te puedes rifar y usar esto como invalidación en los 55.96. ¿No? Pero para un rebote, ni siquiera te lo quedarías porque si tienes una corrección de ese tamaño, ¿ya de qué tamaño sería eso? Ya de 12%. Estás hablando de algo mayor en una acción así. Pero no tienes un trade acá, simplemente continúa yéndose para arriba. Todo está apuntando para arriba, momentum. No hay cómo adivinar que esto se va a dar la vuelta y dónde entrar en un long. No tienes nada aquí. Estás persiguiendo algo que ya pasó. Bien, entonces vamos a ir a ver. Entonces, ¿cuál es la que seguía? What's yours, Alex?
The euro. Let me get that up. It's not Doge. Euro.
Oh, the euro. Oh, thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Let's see here, because remember, I always like watching Dixie as well with Euro USD. We can just quickly glance at Dixie, kind of get a bigger perspective on that, kind of see where we're at. Because again, many are calling for Dixie to be bearish, which I understand. You had a major rejection down, but that was also off the back of like intervention and manipulation. So you have to really take that with a grain of salt and really be watching for maybe follow through if you are going to be bearish. Because overall, before that intervention, Dixie was absolutely bullish, breaking out in a biweekly uptrend and back above its biweekly SMA 200, all major implications for the monthly. Now you can see that Dixie is actually very, very close to breaking out again. All you need to do at this point is get back above $100.07. The biweekly gets back above its EMA 5 here, and it's going to bust up. We're going to be actually quite convinced that it's not going to really stall at $100 anymore because of the fact that it already did. This was like kind of distribution. You had your rejection wicks. It was like obvious that it was going to find some kind of resistance here, and it was on a biweekly EMA 100, also right in that 101 level. So again, it wasn't like the most surprising thing, but that's why we had a major rejection down, was the intervention of the yen, the dollars being sold. So here we do see that we're on the cusp of a major move up on the dollar. And again, I'm not trading the dollar. I'm not looking at the dollar for anything more than the gauge kind of strength on other assets, like the baskets of currencies that trade off of the dollar. Dollar strong, these are weak, which correlates to euro dumping. So when we start looking for a trade on the euro, where are we now? Well, you can see, just like the dollar, we had a nice green dildo up. Now, this was, again, quite expected after a lower low break on a bi-weekly. We know not to long or short lower low breaks. That you rather just wait for the lower high mean reversion trade. And is that what actually occurred even on the intervention? It's funny, they intervened, but still the chart's setting up for a mean reversion bounce anyways and a lower high. That's why I'm not going to put a lot of weight still on this reclaim quite yet. Haven't even tested the biweekly 34 yet. And if you are going to be someone that's going to be bullish on the euro, you got to see this retest and hold. For now, what I see is a potential lower high. You're getting back under that biweekly 9, and this is putting in a doji. So it is indecision, but we know that we do have decision here based on trend. Boomers love trend on Forex pairs. The lower high should be in this region, in my opinion. And as long as you stay under, well, like 1.162, this is going to just be in lower high formation on the biweekly. Oops. It's funny because even on that move up, you still couldn't enter into a weekly buy trigger. And you have to really be wondering, whenever you get these major moves up, why couldn't bulls take her all the way home? Now, again, weekly is just in an obvious downtrend with consistent lower highs, and that's where you get your 1.162 stop loss. If you start really taking out that 1.162, this is potentially shifting back into a weekly uptrend, weekly buy triggers forming, and you're getting a reclaim of 1.1569 right in that zone. So a trade, right? We're looking for shorts here actually on the euro. We could probably go to the daily, right? And so the daily is just giving us an EMA 100 short. You're looking to short this zone exactly. You can literally start scaling shorts at current market price or even a little higher at that 1.1569 zone because as long as you understand the stop loss is going to be at 1.162 right here, then anywhere into this zone is an opportunity for potentially a nice follow-through trade. You do see daily volatility is starting to contract, and it really started to get the contraction here on the move up, and now you're seeing it actually really get a contraction now as we move down. Still shifting or signaling to me that bears are in control here, and even if you move all the way down and retest your daily 34 or even your daily 9, it still could honestly shed volatility and give bears another setup. I'd be fully aware of that 1.15691 zone. That's kind of your line in the sand. Your major rejection high that occurred in middle of June is your stop loss at 1.162. And you're really on the camp that what occurred on the Forex markets was just manipulation, a predictable intervention by Japan. But even the yen here hasn't even tested 160 yet. If it gets back above 160, cooked. It meant nothing, in my opinion, and we have the same exact setup ETA took here, where we longed to 164. It's all relevant. It all plays into the same idea, which is Dixie simply has to get back above its daily 9. You see Dixie get back above the daily 9 today, tomorrow. Yeah, dollar is looking extremely strong going into the biweekly. I do think you can definitely get a move up to 101, which will correlate to a major move down on euro. You can see this is a range. Now, the range hasn't been, giving us follow through lately on these chops, right? Just kind of like this, false breakdown, back up. And now we're retesting. So is this finally going to be a little shift? Are we finally going to SR this 1.1562 zone into resistance? And are we actually going to move down to the range lows? That would be at 1.12. So 1.1275 essentially. This just plays into the bigger range. We saw it work out well here and here. So we can't act like that can't play into the range, but it just hasn't. I'll preface that. But is this time a little different? Well, with the weekly, potentially now in a downtrend, maybe. And we can look at the monthly real fast. That'll be the good kind of point to end it here. Right, with the monthly 9, it's been holding since March 2025. It's been starting to lose it since 2026 and getting chopped. Is this starting to shift into a macro downtrend? Absolutely detrimental for euro if this does shift into a macro downtrend, because you have seen that that's just really where the euro does start dumping hard and moving down, actually. We can even see it more better on like a bi-monthly. So uptrend, 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 downtrend, lower high, down. Uptrend, 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 lower high, lower low, lower high, downtrend, down, and then uptrend, uptrend, uptrend. Okay, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, okay, lower high, and then down. And so we definitely don't want to start seeing maybe this uptrend flip back down. And that's right off the bi-monthly SMA 200, so that's a terrible sign. So I stand on what I said. I think really honestly Dixie's still bullish despite the intervention. United States, Japan. I would be watching this zone very carefully on the euro. 1.150 to 1.1569 is the spot to short. Your stop loss is at 1.162. You're targeting 1.12, and that's a pretty nice risk to reward if you do actually get the full length of the setup. Now, again, I showed you haven't been actually getting that lately, but maybe this time's a little different. So you're risking 0.7% to make about 2.4%. Pretty good risk to reward. And the nice part about this trade is it's developing. So once you actually lose the daily 9, you can then start shifting your stop loss lower to that wick high. Then once you get into a daily sell trigger, you can just move it to today's high if today actually marks some kind of top. And now it's an even tighter risk to reward trade. But that's what I'm watching. 1.162 is the stop loss. Entry into this zone all the way up to 1.1569. And you're looking for that really major breakdown. It's all going to be brought to you by the dollar getting a reclaim of 106 cents or just your daily 9. So that's all I have on Forex. I think it still looks very good on the dollar. And I think the euro, if it rejects here, will dump hard.
Yeah. Thank you, señor. Very clear. Tesla for a trade, por favor. Next.
Perfect.
El euro, desde que llegamos acá, estoy en la diaria, los voy a poner rápido en la semanal para que lo vean un poco mejor. Puedes ver que básicamente rompiste esta estructura de hasta acá y ahora estás esperando esta que sigue a que aguante la zona de breakout, que es justamente los altos de septiembre del 2024. Pero notarás que acá este tope fue en enero del 2026 y desde entonces has hecho altos más bajos y bajos más bajos. Entonces tienes que darle más preferencia a una tendencia bajista. Viendo eso desde la semanal se ve así, pero en la diaria todavía se ve mejor y más claro por acá. La razón por qué es en la diaria también vienes de hacer altos, bajos más bajos y ahora estás buscando un alto más bajo. Y tienes acá el promedio del 200, el SMA 200, tienes acá justamente el promedio del 100 y básicamente de donde estás a una invalidación sencilla que son estos altos de por acá en 1.162, estás hablando de 0.82%. Poder empezar a crear una posición en esta zona donde ya estás hasta acá, porque ya la invalidación como tal es bastante cercana y eso te permite apalancarte chido para ir a buscar qué tipo de objetivo. Pues si haces un alto acá, digamos que este ya fue el alto y ahora vas a continuar cayendo, ¿cuál va a ser tu primera señal? Simplemente perder el 1.15, el bajo de esta vela, ¿no? Diaria. Pero lo que te confirma es el 1.15, que vas a ir para abajo ya desde acá. La cosa es, aquí puedes ver que en la parte, en la semanal lo tenía, sobre todo bien pintadito. Puedes ver que esto fue la zona de rechazo antes, zona de rechazo, lo que era soporte antes, se volvió zona de rechazo y ahora una vez que lo retomaste fue zona de soporte. Entonces, de aquí a acá, el 1.12 sería tu take profit para que hagas un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo y ahí continúe haciendo este tipo de mamadas si es que va a continuar el mismo patrón. Pero simplemente está siguiendo la tendencia desde enero con bajos, altos más bajos más bajos, buscar un alto más bajo en esta zona con un rechazo invalidado acá en el 1.16.2 para continuar para abajo. Eso es básicamente el euro, dama y caballero, el euro. Ok, vamos a ver a Ethereum para un trade también. Por favor, señor Farjano, para mi familia.
Para Miguelito's familia. Okidoki. Alrighty. ETH currently still flipped up. Still has bullish divergence here. This will invalidate with any closure below 1882. And currently you're right up against the 38.2% with volatility currently still expanding. It's going to momentum. I mean, the jewel jewel is close to giving you a bullish cross also. Pink is close to crossing over the yellow. Why does Ethereum look better than Bitcoin? Bitcoin is red losing the 200 SMA. Whereas Ethereum, let's go back. Well below the 200 SMA, but right around the 38.2%. Still rejecting though, to be fair. And you close in about 4 days, 8 hours. As long as you are rejecting below 1934, this is gonna have a target down to 1650s. 2 day. Excuse me. I don't have any of my trusty Coke Zero here for my dry throat. 2 days currently rejecting the median. You did lose the median, and now you're coming back to retest it. Rejection so far. And as long as you're rejecting that median, you would have a target down to 1783, which kind of lines up with your weekly coming down to the median at 1650. Anything else? You got some bearish divergence also on the 2 day. Okie dokie, let's go to the daily. Daily is also rejecting the median. Trying to put in a local bottom here, but it needs a close over 1896 to confirm a local bottom. Let me get a sip of this water. Okie dokie. Go to the 12 hour. 12 hours now about to deviate to 200 SMA. You got a rejection from the median. 12 hours now about to freshly flip back down as well. 4 hours currently still flipped up, although 4 hour has not lost the bottom, the top 38.2%, and you are currently rejecting it. You came close to a silver cross to the upside. Now they are diverging, and you're likely going to get the opposite move. And as long as you're closing below 1893, you are going to likely come down to 1836. Based off the daily, the 2 day, and the weekly, probably the more immediate trade here would be a short in this region at this 38.2% at around 1890s. How far is that stop? Let's see. Like 1.6%, and from there you're going to be targeting. Let's go back to the daily. Well, the first one is going to be this bottom 38.2%, which is around 3%, and then let's take it to the next level. Let's go to the weekly for that. And that'll be the weekly median, 18.9. Weekly median is around 12%. Pretty good. 1.6%. And based off of this rejection off of the weekly 38.2%, this is 61.8% chance of coming down to at least the median. It doesn't tell you that you're going to stop at the median, just has that it would be a minimum target, which is currently around 1650, and just would be the point of maximum opportunity right here when you're getting your bearish retest of the 38.2% after breaking back into it, and your stop is only less than 2% away. Not too bad for a crypto. Let's check out RSI. Weekly still got bullish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing above 1569. Nice number. Anything else here? You zoom in. There's some possibility of hidden bullish divergence, but you need to close over 1941 to confirm. Gives you a move into 2000 if you confirm it, 2020. Two days confirm fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 1915 with volatility at 4 periods of 0%. Your next target is going to be 1795 off of that. Mm-hmm. 8 hours got some hidden bullish divergence, although it does look played out. This will be active as long as you're closing above 1861. Nothing there. 2 hours got fresh hidden bearish divergence also. Next target is going to be 1854. Let's check out momentum. Weekly on Ethereum is currently up as long as you're closing over 1722. 2 days freshly flipped down and losing the bullish control zone now, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1915. Oh, that number comes up again. Interesting. Daily is currently flipped up, but close to flipping down, and it will flip down if you close below 1887 or 1888, basically. 12-hour also flipped down with volatility M&E periods of 0%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 1920. And 4 hours currently up, but close to flipping down, and it will flip down as long as you close if you close below 1876, and you're getting that retest of the 38.2% now. And 2 hours now freshly flipped down, losing the critical zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 1913. So basically, the idea is short somewhere around this 1890 to 1900 level. Your stop is this previous 4-hour wick high, and then from there you're going to be targeting first around 1850, and then your next level is going to be that median, which is currently around 1650. Pretty good risk to reward right there, less than 2% against you, and based off of the weekly rejection of the 38.2%, you do have a 61.8% chance of going towards that median.
Very nice. Fuck that Ethereum.
Fuck that Russian piece of shit.
Ahí les va el trade para Ethereum. Hemos visto que ETH parece estar en lo que es una consolidación, básicamente un cambio de tendencia desde acá, porque hiciste un bajo más alto, ya se está haciendo simplemente bajos más altos todo este tiempo, pero parece que después de este alto, con estos altos más bajos, eso está a punto de cambiar y ahora va a ir a comer mierda. Entonces vamos a ponerlos rápido con el HPDR. Pueden ver el rechazo del promedio del 100, que también coincide con la media del HPDR, y la idea es simplemente estás aquí ante el promedio del 9 en la diaria y usar tu invalidación, que sea la parte alta. ¿Cuál era? ¿Esta vela? No, espérame, en la de 4 horas. Si en la de 4 horas es la misma, sí. Básicamente es eso, pones la de 4 horas, ¿no? Puedes ver en la de 4 horas que esta es una nueva vela. Esto, básicamente, donde ya estás, es el rechazo del promedio del 38.2%, la parte alta de la zona azul. Y eso quiere decir que vas a usar como invalidación esto. Sé que se ve grande, gracias, es porque me la rasuré. Pero de aquí a acá solamente es 1.73%. Entonces, tal vez no abrir tu posición completa ahorita de putazo, pero agregar aquí, si puedes, si te da algún movimiento por acá, otra vez acá, y simplemente invalidar acá para que tengas un mejor promedio, una invalidación más apretadita, pero ya 1.8% te deja jugar con un 25x tranquilo a tu invalidación. ¿Cuál sería tu primer objetivo? Primer objetivo, simplemente la parte donde está la media, en la de 4 horas en 1864, y de ahí, siguiente objetivo, la parte baja de la zona azul en 1830, pero normalmente cuando rompes así, esto es interesante, cuando rompes así, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser como mínimo la parte baja del 61.8% en casi los 1800 planos. De ahí, viéndolo en la diaria, con el HPDR, puedes ver que la parte baja está en los 1830. 1830 podría ser tu zona más confiable. Confía, noticias Telemundo. Es que no he visto la Copa del Mundo por mucho tiempo. Y de ahí, pues, quieres ponerte bonita, 1750, si es que te los llega a dar. Pero este rechazo del promedio del 100 en la diaria te debería llevar para abajo. Llévate este mínimo y puerta abierta a los 1830. De ahí el 50% está en los 1800 planos, a ir al 61.8% a los medios 1750, si se da todo el movimiento por completo. Una cosa que yo personalmente quiero recordarles, por más, esperaríamos que estos movimientos los dé rápido, porque hoy tuviste CPI, a mucha gente se le olvida, pero este es el movimiento de un movimiento bajista. Y normalmente lo que hacen es te dan un movimiento y mañana te dan otro. No diciendo que se va a ir para arriba, pero para sacar a todo el mundo, para que lo sepan. Así que esperarías que esto ocurra lo más rápido posible. Ok, vamos a ver Tesla.
Nice. Yeah, Tesla for me, we were always watching that 415 to be the big spot. That's why it was a red line. Now it took a lot of weeks to get finally follow through. But after we actually made that low around the 299, that was kind of like a nice TP zone for us at ETA. And I did post another Tesla short immediately once this low happened, so like 2.5 weeks ago. But I was looking for maybe a move into 370s. I was watching for that deviation play, the fact that support has been holding. But in all honesty, I'm not sure if we're actually going to get that move up anymore. I would be more convinced that you can easily get a Tesla trade at the monthly 5 all the way up to the monthly, or no, the weekly 5 all the way up to the weekly 9. My apologies. Weekly 5 and weekly 9. And you do see the weekly 9 is right where the weekly EMI 100 is. Very easy perspective here. And that was the last major spot when we made a pretty epic move down on Tesla. It was about 32%. You can see that price actually found somewhat of a bottom here, locally at least, moved up into that 450 zone, and that's where we rejected. So I would be looking for a short into this zone. I do think 355 is a big spot for Tesla. And in all honesty, I have that ETA short on Tesla around 370s, and it's just been there. But I don't think that's actually going to activate anymore. So actually, I'm going to lower the entry. I think it'll be here at 355, and we can just gangbang Tesla shorts right here and actually scale in through the 5 and the 9 and just simply have your stop loss right at 388. I think as long as you don't take out this breakdown, this major red dildo's essentially open all the way at 386, as long as you're not taking that out, Tesla's going to dump. So that at least leaves you with a buffer and saying that even if we do end up going to my entry at 370s, you still won't get out and most likely will dump after you test the 21 here. But I do believe you can scale shorts around 350s all the way up to 360. And as long as you have your stop loss around 382, it's going to be a move down. Now, the move down is very easy. We're just looking for a move to the weekly SMA 200. And luckily for us, that's right into that $200 region. That's at 283. That's a big spot because, I mean, remember April's low, that's at 217. The fact that you're even breaking back into the 200s is a really juicy sign for me on Tesla. I think that's a good bid. And you should be watching into this zone for maybe some longs investments. But I do believe Tesla provided a nice bottom here around 216. We got a nice deviation of the weekly SMA 200. And in all honesty, you should be looking for that to be a retest play.
You have a silver cross to the downside that just happened too on Tesla. I know you don't trade with the 55, so. And
No,
that
but
didn't happen on that bottom at 215. The bottom at 140 is the last one that it gave you.
Oh. Yeah, so the weekly silver crosses, let's see here. Okay, so here's the one here. And you can see actually you did, upon the cross, did reject the 9. I have to say that's a great point you mentioned because that at least gives me somewhat a confluence that Tesla can go up a little higher, but actually test a weekly 9 here. And most likely then 370s isn't going to get hit, and we're probably going to just reject that weekly 9, which will be the silver cross retest, the first one. You can see on that dump down that the first test really is here, and that's really what's really caused the move down here. Actually, on that first silver cross retest from that wick low, that was about 22%. And then obviously you can see it went all the way back up to the 9. It dumped again 12%. And then dumped off the 5, 18%. Terrible. Yeah, that silver cross was bad for Tesla. You can see here as well, you got the first retest of the weekly 9 on the silver cross, and that is actually what dumped Tesla down. Another, 24%. So 20% on the first test of the weekly silver cross on both instances. Wow. And actually, I see what you mean now. Once Tesla enters into a weekly silver cross, it generally does make a low. Now, not always, because here was a weekly silver cross. It did occur. You can see you did reject, actually, the first retest even still. That's an interesting point. Actually, 12%, so a little under 20%, but was a failure. Not a failure, but just ended up not being the major silver cross that take Tesla to new lows. And it just chopped. So here is one. So this one, you tested the 100s. That is actually what took it to April's low. I see that now. That's what you're saying. I want to see one more. Because every silver cross I've seen so far has rejected the weekly 9 first tap on Tesla. Silver Cross, and here was the first weekly 9 tap. Not looking at this one, but this was the official one. Now, arguably it went almost to the 21, but still, hey, it still rejected the weekly 9 first tab. Let's take it from here, 7%. And you can see the 5 took us all the way down to a new low. Silver Cross occurred. I guess it's somewhat rejected, I guess. Somewhat rejected. 2%. Not really, not the biggest. This is the weakest one. And I'll keep going now. So I like that Silver Cross perspective because that at least tells me, yes, Tesla's weak here. We're probably not going to go up to the 380s. So that's a good stop loss placement, confluence of that idea. Probably going to reject the weekly 9 here. And so that can at least mean that we're maybe going to see a little more upside on Tesla, but 350 should be an opportunity zone. Now, I still stand on what I said, though. I'm unsure if we're going to take out April's low. That's the big question on the stock market. On boomers' brains, is April's low safe? You ask them, they say absolutely. No, if this is not safe, if this weekly SMA 200 gets lost. If this weekly SMA 200 gets lost, yeah, it's definitely not safe. And we absolutely can go even lower than that zone, probably even to 200.
So don't say that. That means the people that got on the trade with me that refused to get out because they thought he was going to go to 800 are going to round trip.
And then blame you. Yeah, probably.
Fuck. I wasn't even being that negative, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I would use the SMA 200 on the weekly. It's almost like a mid-range. If you will just zoom out and just like, I know you have many lines here, but if you just view it like here to this wick lows, the highs here, and then up. It's like that's what's going to determine if we're going to go up to 400 or down to 200 Tesla. And I think it's always wise to sell your shorts on a weekly SMA 200. And what we've seen before is really if Tesla's truly going to get bearish and sell off of it, you're just going to close under it and probably reject down. Close under it and reject down and hopefully go down. Now, I see you can get chopped even here, but let's just quickly measure that. I still give you about 8% down, so not bad for a stock. Look at this too, epically bad. Chop. So yeah, I think Tesla's a good trade. I'm going to edit the ETA signal right now. I don't think we're going to get our 370s filled. I think Silver Cross now is guiding us. Let's play it. Have your stop loss at the open of July 20th, weekly high. That is right around 386. That's at 386 exactly. Short the weekly 9, target the weekly SMA 200. Only if you lose weekly SMA 200 is when you're testing April's low. Test April's low probably means you're breaking it with a lot of force, and you're probably wicking down to like 160s, maybe 180s. I am convinced, though, that this probably is going to be a bottom zone, this zone. Let's just see if anything can kind of confirm that. Maybe or no. Yikes. Well, no, quarterly 34 is there, but remember, Tesla can make wicks.
But hang on. You're telling me this can go to $200 after Elon told me to hold on to my Tesla stock? There's no way at the top.
I mean, actually, it's not even me because now that I see this, look at the monthly's telling you actually we're going to go to 232. So we're actually going to test April's low, just per the monthly. So yeah, I mean, I would buy more SpaceX with that news, honestly.
May I just also say that there's a sweet short waiting on SpaceX. The first one got activated with the weekly 9, I believe, but still the breakdown zone. It's calling my fucking name.
Oh, yeah, wow. And just like literally this wick low.
Yep. Come on.
Oh.
Come on. That's a
really
very good short, especially considering that Tesla's going down.
Damn. Yeah, because we were just talking about SpaceX probably going to get a bounce, probably goes up to that zone. You were talking about it, actually. I can't take credit on that one. So, yeah, that's not bad at all. But yeah, really, in all honesty, Tesla looks bad. Like, it's not looking constructive at all. And I didn't even talk about volatility subs. Look at the biweekly, it's firing off. And this is like getting a breakdown. the hopium is you literally get a major buyback at this current spot and get back above 415, in all honesty. But like longing above 400 doesn't make sense. Following Elon on that didn't make sense. And the monthly is literally in a sell trigger. We didn't even enter that into April's low. So you have a silver cross. That's what took you down to the low 200s. But in this case, you also have a monthly sell trigger. And let's see, the last monthly sell trigger was here in January 2024 when Tesla went all the way down to the 100. And that is at $232. And real fast, can throw an HBDR. Okay, yeah, you had the extreme zone, but that could definitely update into next month. You're very far from getting into the range, essentially. Look at that. It's at 415. So yeah, GG. I mean, this was an easy trade. Buying April's low was an easy trade. That paid very well. I mean, it even made a new high. But like, yeah, getting greedy, calling for 800s. I mean, roasting people, looking for that, getting angry, people selling. Now look at it. Tesla's down 30-40%. And I think at current market price, it could go down another 30%. So not a good perspective if you're a Tesla bull. And even here, the monthly is in a confirmed downtrend now. Tesla just officially entered into a bear market last month. So that's all I have.
Muy bueno, señor. After this, we had 1 second. Oh, God fucking damn it. COHR for investing. Sounds like Crohn's disease, but
Coherent Corp. Okay.
Thank you. Investing.
Okay.
Tesla. Vean, les voy a enseñar un gráfico súper técnico a todos ustedes que están interesados en aprender cosas muy complejas. ¿Listos? Aquí es donde Elon les dijo que se quedaran sus acciones de Tesla porque iban a valer la pena muchísimo. Aquí es donde está el precio el día de hoy. ¡Qué cogidone! Ok, pero bueno. Perdón, ya. Vamos a dejarnos de mamadas, ¿ok? Vamos a ser serios en este canal, como siempre lo hemos sido. No, güey, es que hasta me puse un suétercito y me corté bien el pelo. Malas noticias. Malas noticias para mí, malas noticias para ustedes. Este fondo que compramos acá en los 2.15, aquellos valientes, y que tal vez no se rifaron a vender acá, existe una gran posibilidad de que vengas a hacer un extraordinario round trip y que me vengas a echar, y existe una más extraordinaria oportunidad de que me vengas a echar la culpa de tu round trip. Así que estoy muy emocionado y esperando a ver eso. Cuando todos acá dijeron, no, güey, es que hace 800 a 1200. Bien, eso nos enseña una gran lección. La otra cosa que quiero que noten es, la última vez que tuviste corte, básicamente en la semanal, cruces plateados a la baja, viste los $100 acá, luego lo tuviste otra vez acá y viste los $140. Debilidad y no pendejadas, ¿no? En Tesla. Tesla no va a desaparecer, Tesla no va a ningún lado. Simplemente tiene que comer mierda porque Elon te lo dijo. Aguanta tu acción de Tesla, va a valer la pena. No sé cómo más fácil te lo puede poner a alguien más, ¿ok? Y ahorita, el trade que les estoy contando del otro lado en SpaceX también se está dando. Y vamos a jugar ambos. Aquí es fácil. En la semanal no quieres usar la diaria. Aquí quieres usar la semanal cuando tienes algo tan brutal ocurriendo en este momento en Tesla. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, mi estimado. Acá. ¿Qué te dice eso? Ven a retestear el promedio del 9 y hazle corto. ¿Qué más puedes ver acá que tiene en común con esto? Zona de breakdown, padre. Esta es tu zona de breakdown justamente en los 350. Aquí, ¿no? Caes, vienes, retesteas y sigues cayendo. ¿Dónde vas a cobrar este corto? En tu promedio del 200. ¿Puede que caiga más? Sí, pero también puede que rebotes por un rato ¿no? Como más o menos acá, tuviste un gran rebote y después volviste a caer. Pero acá quiero que sepan que en este fondo de 215, 214, no hubo un cruce plateado a la baja. No existió. ¿Ok? Los cruces plateados a la baja es cuando Tesla sale todo experto y te dice que Tesla se va a ir a la bancarrota. Todavía no llegamos a ese punto. Entonces, sencillo, vas a tener un corto acá. Puedes usar los 380 y tantos de invalidación de esta vela, que son, déjame te los digo exactamente, high 386.61, pero quiero traer su atención a esta zona, ¿ok? Una zona muy pedorra. Yo me atrevería a poner mi invalidación y me voy a atrever a poner mi invalidación acá, en los 367, que es la zona de rechazo que una vez que la tomamos subimos, nos engañó a la baja. Esta sería mi zona de invalidación para este corto en Tesla. Qué ganas, qué ganas. Entonces, en la diaria todavía no te está jugando, tiene bastante camino todavía para dártelo. Tienes un gap justamente acá que se cierra básicamente en la entrada. Eso quiere decir que probablemente juegue un poco más arriba y tu entrada está acá. Bien, y eso quiere decir que no lo cerrarías por completo. Sería todavía más extraordinario. Que vengas acá, todo el mundo se ponga muy alcista. Ilan te diga otra vez que guárdate tus acciones en la bolsa y pito, güey, para abajo. Entonces, vela semanal, porque además, y ahorita te lo voy a enseñar, no todo, pero solamente la puntita. Vela semanal donde tienes el promedio del 100, el promedio del 9. Usa esta zona para invalidar, que es perfecta, la puedes ver por acá. Si tienes este va a ser un súper corto. Me encanta. Lo que quiero enseñarles es esto. Pueden ver que tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída en la semanal. Puedes ver que tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la caída en la de 2 semanas. En la mensual no creo, sería ya demasiado. En la mensual podrías, pero lo que tienes es el MACD empezando a pintar rojo. No pinta bien Tesla en este momento. Y ahora esto lo hace interesante. ¿Por qué? Y ahí les va. Preguntaron de Tesla, pero no de SpaceX. Pero, cabrones, SpaceX está a punto de regresar a la zona que les había dicho del corto. Espérame, hago esto otra vez. Otra vez, justamente tal cual. Estás ante el promedio del 9, ¿no? Ahorita. Podrías empezar a abrir tu corto aquí, tal cual. Primera posición, segunda, tercera o una y una. Lo difícil va a ser invalidarlo. En la diaria se ve mejor. La semanal tiene muy pocos datos. Pueden ver exactamente a dónde vas. Retesteo de la zona de breakdown. Yo me imagino que mucha gente va a estar viendo ahí. Yo sí personalmente voy a empezar a abrir ahorita mismo mi corto acá con la primera posición y mi invalidación probablemente la vaya a tener en 153. Entonces voy a empezar a acumular en esta zona para mi corto y que esto se vaya al nabo para abajo en SpaceX. ¿Por qué? Porque pueden ver que SpaceX vale 1.9 trillones de dólares con una quinta parte del revenue de Tesla y Tesla vale 1.3. Básicamente 35% menos que SpaceX, que no tiene sentido alguno. Pero es que, güey, el potencial en el futuro. El potencial en el futuro es de los dos. Que dejen de estar mamando, no mamen. Y ahí lo tienen, básicamente. Es así como lo vamos a jugar. All right, Mr. Farhano, we're ready for your bullshit.
All right, my bullshit is ready. What was my bullshit on again?
Oh my God. Oh, actually, the one that I told Alex would be for you. So you do micro strategy for a trade.
Alrighty. Michael strategy.
MSTR.
Check out the weekly first. I'm getting another rejection from the 9. Let's see if momentum is right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility is still contracting. You got a fresh buy signal here in the jewel, but it hasn't confirmed just yet, and you are right at resistance at the bearish cross. And 2 days also making a local top here. This will confirm as a local top with any close below 95.14. Plus, you're making your way back into the 38.2%. Anything else? Got some hidden bearish divergence currently still active. Go to the daily. Daily is also currently at the median, lost 38.2%. Momentum is flipped down. Volatility is at 0%. 12 hour, same as the daily. 4 hours currently at the bottom, 38.2%. So it does make sense to see a little bit of a bounce at this region, although it is likely going to fail. Come on, there we go. 2 hours seeing a little bounce also from the 61.8%. Momentum is currently slightly flipped up on the 2 hour, and you're putting in some bullish divergence. Likely, if this does continue, you see a move into somewhere around the 9 because you do have a fresh silver cross at the downside. That puts you somewhere around like $96 to 96, $97. So anywhere in this region would be the area, the opportunity for the short IMO, somewhere around that $96 region. Not really that far off from where we are now, depending on how much leverage you're using. And I wouldn't use this previous 4 hour high as the stop because that one possibly could get taken out, but I use this one. And if you were to take it from 96.60, see how much, $96, see how much that is against you. It's around like 3.35% against you versus your target would be, let's go back into the daily, or somewhere around this bottom 38.2% as your minimum target. But let's go into the weekly so you can get some better. So 92 on the weekly, lining up with 92 on the daily. So that would be $96. Around 4%, but this is likely going to end up breaking down and going towards 78.6, and that level's at 12%. But let's go into the weekly, see what the weekly median is at. The weekly median's at $83. That one's around 13%. Not the best trade. Something there, but not the best. Let's look at RSI and see if that supports it. Yeah, still got hidden bearish divergence active. No bullish divergence possible. Today is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any closure below 95. Actually, it'd be this one here, 95.40. Yeah, 95.44. Any closure below that will confirm the divergence, and then that gives you a move into the bearish control zone, which is currently at around $87. Likely it's going to go lower than that though. Critical zone is going to update several times. Right now it's at 38. Daily has confirmed hidden bearish divergence. Your next target is the bearish control zone at 81. 12 hours hidden bearish divergence, target's 81. 4 hours hidden bearish divergence, target is around 75 with a bounce at 90 to 91. And 2 hour has resistance right around 96.80, lining up with that short entry with the silver cross to the downside. Let's check out momentum. Weekly is currently flipped up, but close to flipping down, and it will flip down with any close below $94. 2 days currently also flipped up and very close to flipping down, and it will flip down with any close below 95.52 with volatility at many periods of 0%. Daily is already flipped down now, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped with volatility at 0%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 98.65. And what is this high? This is 101.95, and okay, dokie, you didn't take it out. 12 hour already also flipped down with volatility at 0%. It's going to be down as long as you're closing below 98.54. 4-hour also freshly down with volatility at many periods of 0%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 101. And 2-hour currently freshly or still down, and it's going to be remain down as long as you're closing below 95.72. And the hourly is currently up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 95.04. So basically, that idea would be in any move into 96, 96.50, and anywhere in that region, depending on how much leverage you're using. If you're using less leverage, doesn't really matter, that $1 difference, but somewhere around that $96 region would be that entry for the short. It would lines up with your 9 EMA on the 2-hour silver cross, and then your stop is going to be not this previous 4-hour high, but or not this previous high here, but this one here at that 175 region, which is around I believe 2.8 to 3% against you, and then from there you're targeting around $80, $81, which is the target of your bearish divergence. And once again, quickly measure that out from 96 to 81. Let's front run it and put it at 82. That's around 14 to 15%. Pretty good, and it also lines up with the weekly being bearish, and also lines up with your breaking back into your 38.2%. So also gives you your weekly rejection of the 9 EMA.
Thank you, senor. Here we go. Cabrón. Strategy, simplemente viéndolo un poco de lejos, rápido, para que puedan ver dónde está. Hizo tope en el 2024, van 2 años de mercado bajista cayendo, tienes esta caída, su gran putazo a la alza, caída, y esta es otra cosa que se rompe el ciclo del 2022, nunca tuvo un pump de vuelta, nunca, simplemente se quedó aquí abajo. Con eso dicho, claramente está simplemente en un rango, ¿no? Me encantaría decir que mínimo hemos tenido un pumpcillo, nada, estamos en un rango. Lo voy a poner en la diaria, entendiendo este rango, es lo que vamos a ver ahorita. Bien. Este rango básicamente ha tenido lo que parece ser un tope acá, y ahora, como se llevó este mínimo de acá, pues, ¿qué es lo que buscarías hacer? Un nuevo bajo. Y Farhan lo ve en $81, pero él tomaría su profit en $82. Básicamente un nuevo mínimo en strategy. ¿Ok? Es la idea general de esto, de este trade. ¿Cómo lo tomarías? Básicamente viendo en la de 4 horas y en la de 2 horas. Simplemente este máximo de acá, lo que quieres hacer es poder tomar el trade lo más cerca posible a estos 96, en $96, para poder invalidarlo acá. Eso sería una invalidación de básicamente 3.5% que usarías para poder salirte de este trade. En la de 2 horas es básicamente el rechazo del promedio del 100. ¿Es eso? Sí, lo que estarías usando acá en estos 99 para poder salirte. Y la razón por qué es porque en la de 2 horas tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, deberías de venir a retestear el promedio del 9, que está en los 96.2. Ese retesteo del 9 es donde te quieres meter en el corto y usar esta invalidación otra vez solamente para que la veas. De acá, del promedio del 9, acá sería un 3.11%, dependiendo que también lo agarres, es ahí. Y otra vez, un poco agresivo, pero es lo que dice el jefe, que nos vamos a los $81, por lo que tal vez quieras simplemente adelantarte tantito y llevarte tu lana en $82, que es un poco arriba del último mínimo, o sea, por centavos, básicamente. Ahí está, en strategy. ¿A dónde vamos? Vamos con Alex a ver COH. ¿Qué es? COHR. For investing.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward on this one. I mean, what an insane consolidation you've had on this chart. If you really look at it in that kind of perspective, I'll kind of show it. It's like, we'll say here to like here. You can even go Yeah, no, this is good. I mean, just years of just in a range, really. I was going to try to show this. This was already in a range before it broke out. You could just argue that. But years in a range leading to a breakout, which have taken us really up. And you can just see now, I mean, this entire year, really starting September 2025, this chart's just been breaking out massively. I mean, this was a range of like $24 to like 100, so a big one. Uh, but now we're at $356, and this wick high was around 430. So pretty insane price action. You can see for the last few months, you've just been going literally up only. But now you got a major pullback. And so what is brewing here? Well, the monthly is trying to put in a trend shift here, but no lower confirmed after a lower high. It is just questionable. I would be actually looking at this as kind of like a trap, in my opinion, because you are potentially about to close right back above that $300 mark. Now, I would say that for an investing standpoint, you're basically just waiting this month close, and you're looking to be an investor on this chart at the monthly 9. I don't think there's any reason to complicate it. Literally, the monthly 9's been a very good spot. You can see here, this was the only real time you tested your monthly 9. This entire move up, you've been just trailing your 5. So, of course, you're going to get a reconnect of the monthly 9, and that's kind of what we've gotten so far. We have to look at this kind of SFP play as maybe setting up for a nice spot to look for an investment. Playing the monthly 9 here actually worked out well. You can see here, like first major pullback, this gave you 226%. So no need to complicate things on this chart. Watch into September if the monthly 9 gets reclaimed and bid it. I would bid the monthly 9 and then play the monthly 5 into the next month. If you reclaim the monthly 5 and retest it, bid that, because that's been the confirmation and the expansion up. This chart overall has been on a massive monumental move up. I'm not on the camp that this can't go down. I just know with these charts, they often do just retest like a monthly 9, get like a lower low break in quotation marks, and immediately make a new high into the following months. And that's only because like when you start going to the higher time frame, does this really look concerning? No. So you could argue then the monthlies may be setting up for a bear trap, while like even the quarterly still in an uptrend. This could be a quarterly higher low. And your 6 months just really tested its 5 for the first time in multiple months. So I
It's
think
kind of
this
like
chart,
when it went down 50%, why didn't you buy? That's my question.
or yeah, when it was just stuck in this range forever, but it was always
Well,
on the
from the top, I mean, obviously, but at that point in that range, it was not that clear. But right now, you had that mega pump, and then you had a drawdown
Oh,
of
I get what you're
50%
saying.
from the top.
That's a good point. That's a
Like,
good
why didn't
point.
you buy that
Because at
from the
hindsight, it's
top?
like that was very obvious. I'll measure it here, up to down. You just like went to your quarterly 9. So yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and like yeah, why didn't you do that? Unsure. You're getting, it seems like 1 or 2 more months of positioning here, and you're just like in the being like in this zone. That's how I have to look at it. If you do stay above your monthly 9 and 5, it's going to move up logically, and you're going to break out. And what I just showed is like the quarterly, 6 month, 8 month are all gearing up for like possibly even another higher high break. So that's why I have to look at now the monthly is giving a nice investors. You're looking to just play this monthly 9 deviation, and really look to give that new all-time high break once you do get the deviation of the monthly 9. And that's kind of it. That's as simple as it can get with this chart. The hopium is that the volatility contraction keeps giving moves up. And so far it is. This will set up for a bullish spark. And understand if this is going to be like a bear trap, you're going to take out this wick low here, and even, no, almost this one. You would just need to make a new high. So I don't think it's dumb to be an investor on the monthly 9. I think that's kind of like your last big spot into September. That still could mean a 20% pullback. That's just where you're going to be more prepared than if you really didn't catch this move or even here. And then the idea is, yeah, I mean, if this is a major bear trap, potentially your only objective is an all-time high. That could just slightly make one, and you're all good. So that's kind of all I have for COHR. It's not really much else. Even here, retested the top 38.2%. So it is gearing up for a move up still, honestly. I just still stay on what I said and trade the monthly. Does the weekly set up anything? No, not really. You could just argue this retest could be the nice spot, like we mentioned on the monthly. So yeah, I think the easy trade is just waiting for the monthly in September. Watch the monthly 9, and if you get that, that should take you to a new all-time high. Only way you're done with that idea is if the monthly 9 gets lost, and then in that case, you're looking at the 21. But in all honesty, that's when then this will start looking like a downtrend. So then I'll be really focused on $100 again. And I know that seems insane and absurd, but like for an investor standpoint, this would be the best spot to do it. But am I seeing that to be even likely right now? No, not at all. So I would just be really playing $300, really. And that's all I have on this chart. I think it's just as simple as that. And if we end up losing that monthly 9 and really the downtrend takes hold, then we're probably going to go back to $100.
Yeah. Perfecto. Farhano, to finish with you, let's do Google for investing. I'll do this one super quick.
Alrighty.
La pregunta aquí, mi estimado, es, si ves esta tabla, ya compraste, ¿no? Me imagino que sí. Y esto es por lo que tienes que tener un plan, mi hermano. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes de tope a la corrección ya un movimiento de 50%. Ya te rebajó 50%. Espero que hayas entrado en ese entonces. No lo hiciste, puta madre, entonces ya estás entrando por FOMO porque la mensual se ve así. Espero que lo hayas comprado. Si no lo has comprado, lo mejor que puedes hacer es simplemente esperarte a el retesteo del promedio del 9 en la mensual que está en los 286. El pedo es, si no aguantas el promedio del 9 y te llegas a llevar, y aquí lo padre es, tienes una invalidación rápida en los 247, 248 con el mínimo mensual. Si te llegas a llevar este primero, probablemente te vas a llevar este también y vas a continuar cayendo. El mejor punto de inversión en esta tabla es simplemente este lugar. Acá, en los, básicamente, $100. Puedes ver por qué. Fue resistencia en el 2021, fue resistencia todo el 2024, no lo pudiste romper con éxito en el 2025 hasta septiembre y ahí fue lo que te dio este movimiento hasta acá. Yo no tocaría esto a menos de que vaya al promedio del 9 mensual, que está en los 286, y ahí invalidarlo acá abajo. Y si se llega a llevar ese mínimo, perdería 12%, pero me salgo, porque entonces va a darse una vuelta mínimo, muy probablemente porque estás creando estructura bajista desde el tope para abajo a estos $100. Y ahí tendrías un ajuste de 77%. ¿Qué tan loco es eso? Nada loco. La última vez corrigió 75%. Nada loco en realidad, ¿eh? Nada, absolutamente nada loco. Y en esta que fue rápida, de acá, ajustó igual. Personalmente, yo sería exquisito con esta tabla porque si no tuve las bolas para entrar acá y estoy persiguiendo este alto, pues, tal vez ser un poco más paciente y esperar esta zona de los $100 sería lo correcto. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver Google para una inversión. Alrighty, señor. We're ready for Google.
Alrighty, let me share my screen. Alright. Alright. I was adjusting my stop loss real quick. And now if I get stopped, the short is still green. Awesome. Google. High time frames. No, we were getting a nice rejection from the 78.6 here. Momentum is starting to flip down on the quarterly. Kind of looks like an even high, so I would say there's no bearish divergence. There is some bearish divergence between these points, though. It's a little far back, but it's quarterly, so it's still gonna matter. There's no. It's not likely you're gonna make a local top here, but eventually it'll be easier to make a local top. Right now, you got to close below 271.54. But on this next candle, on this next quarterly open, you're only gonna have to close below 314. And you got a God mode signal here as well, although you have not gotten the sell or even the neutral signal yet. Monthly currently flipped down. Monthly also has bearish divergence, which is currently confirmed. Monthly is getting volatility expansion from extreme lows, and you got a God mode sell signal on the monthly jewel. And this goes along with the rejection from the median. You swept this previous high, and now you're back below the 38.2%. That is at $353. And if this does close below $353, this is likely going to make its way down to filling out this wick, at least the 78.6, around like $318. At that point, if you, it's going to be more open to coming down and testing somewhere around this 21 for the first time since like 2025. That level is sitting right around like 280-ish bucks. Go to the 2-week. 2-week also currently flipped down. 2-week putting in one hell of a bearish engulfing dildo. Actually, no, it's all the way down to 314. I didn't see that wick. It's easier to see if you make the HPDR disappear. Yeah, that's a pretty big wick. It's an average sized wick. Fresh sell signal here as well on the 2-week. Weekly is currently flipped up, exiting the bearish control zone. It does look like this is played out though with this rejection of the median. You want to see the reaction at around 330 bucks, but the confirmation is going to be a weekly close below 330, and then you're going to make your way towards somewhere around 300 for the psychological bounce, and then possibly somewhere into that 280 area. Five-day also approaching 38.2%. 5-day has an easier criteria to break than the weekly, only at 338. 2-day currently flipped up. Also does look like it's going to flip down here. 2 days putting in hidden bearish divergence because you're taking out all of these previous highs on momentum while price made a lower high. And kind of looks like from here you're at least going to test 330. Okie dokie. Check RSI. Cool. Quarterly hidden bullish divergence. You do have support at the simple moving average, which sits at beautiful $284. Let's see, right along retesting these lows here. Monthly has bearish divergence, targets bullish control zone at 280 bucks. 2 weeks got bearish divergence. Next target is 250, but this will update in 2 days. Mm. 3 days about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below $352.82, and that will give you a move down to 300 bucks. Psychological number. Come on. It's starting to lag now. Daily's got some bearish divergence, putting in some hidden bearish divergence now. That will give you a target towards, oh, what do you know, 280 bucks. Four hours got hidden bearish divergence, although you're already in the critical zone. Come on. But basically, the idea on this is that once you get down to like 300 bucks, how much is it's going to be down from the high? At 300 bucks. Come on. It's around like 24 to 25% down from the all-time high. 20% in traditional markets would be a bear market. 10% is a correction, and 20% is a bear market. So this would be Google going into a bear market, and somewhere around 300 bucks to 280 would start getting into that longer-term position. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, pretty safe to say, Google is not going to go anywhere. And from that $280 to $300 zone, I do think it's going to be your area for opportunity. That would be putting Google like 25 to 30% down from its all-time highs, well into a bear market. And then from there, just to get some rough ideas, like the The weekly bullish control zone is currently at around $400. $467. Let's say 469 for a nice meme figure. And from $280, that's like a 80% gain, 70% gain. Not bad. Even to current all-time highs, that's a pretty nice gain. That's like 280 to $400. That would be. Bear with me when my shit lags. There we go. Even to current highs, that's like a 40% gain. Not bad. But around that $300 for the psychological figure, and then possibly go slightly below towards that $280 figure. That's the area where I would start entering into those longer term positions.
So 280 to what?
280 to 300.
Got it. Thank you, senor. Alrighty, well, you motherfuckers are done. Is there anything you'd like to say before you go? Looking at everything, staying the same as always.
Well, now that we have that thing that everybody's waiting for, that CPI number, hopefully now we can trend.
Well, the problem that you have today, in all honesty, with all markets and everything that you analyzed, I didn't want to be a party pooper, is the move that you got was to the downside first. So then you should get a contrarian move tomorrow or later today.
That's a good point.
Which is what it always does. So in a way, we're going to end up in that fucking $64,000 range, baby.
Awesome.
I mean, hopefully it can just trend and go exactly as you said, but you know.
It's never that easy.
I hope. It's like I said, today we should break down, so we'll see. 64 is a big spot. 62.2 is Bears' hopes and dreams. Watch the ranges very carefully, and let's see if we actually get maybe that daily volatility, maybe, just maybe, firing off this week.
Oh, please, dear God. Anything to get out of this fucking stupid ass range on everything. It's so boring. So boring. Either way, thank you, boys. Much appreciated. I'll see you on Friday here.
Yeah, thank you, boys.
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego en buenas tardes, Copernicus.
Hasta luego en buenas tardes. Y lo que les acabo de decir, porque estamos viendo exactamente los mismos números, ¿no? No se ha movido el mercado nada y no quería arruinarles la fiesta. Pero el día de hoy tuvimos datos de inflación, ¿no? El CPI. Y normalmente lo que ocurre es te da un movimiento y al día siguiente te da el otro. Yo se los dije a ustedes al principio de esto. Entonces, esperemos que no. Esperemos que esta vez podamos simplemente continuar el movimiento, pero algo me dice que va a ser más de hueva. Esto no va a ser tan fácil para todos nosotros, de un lado o del otro, ¿no? Seas alcista o bajista, da igual, güey, que nos dé algo, chingada madre, darme de comer, tío. Ok, Google, bastante sencillo. Perdón, no sé por qué puse todos mis putos indicadores. Normalmente, cuando Google corrige, puedes ver que viene al 21, el 34 es una entrada de excelencia, ¿no? En un mercado súper bajista como este, tuviste del 2022, tuviste un movimiento de 45%. El promedio en un mercado bajista en Google es de entre 30 y 20%. Por ahora, lo que ve Farhan, sencillamente ahorita, es venir a retestear justamente la zona donde estás acá en los $307, que es muy probablemente donde tengas el promedio del 34 en la de 2 semanas, justamente en ese entonces, después de hacer este alto, un nuevo bajo, y aquí básicamente quedarse así para después continuar y buscar mínimo un doble techo en el pecho como mínimo o un nuevo alto histórico, y eso te pondría en una posición para poder hacer más o menos 40% en ese retesteo del alto histórico, que sería un excelente movimiento en Google. Es básicamente lo que se ve hasta este momento. Para poder esperar más, tenemos que tener ya la caída fuerte, gozosa, que estaríamos esperando todos, la de donde ya nos llevaría a la gran depre. Pero todavía no me huele a que les estén vendiendo un mercado alcista. Ahorita veo lo rápido que se creyeron todos en el chat instantáneamente, los objetivos a la baja de todo. No, es como decir, güey, ahorita pues ya claramente nos vamos para abajo. Y eso me dice que no vamos a ir para abajo todavía. Si es que vamos a ir para abajo. Ha sido un absoluto mercado de hueva y no hay más cómo decirlo. Me acaba de mandar un mensaje la empresa en la que tengo mi, mi cuenta de retiro y no me había dado cuenta, había vendido todo y no lo volví a tocar. Entonces estoy todo en cash en esa cuenta también. Estoy contento por enterarme de eso. Bastante buen movimiento. ¿En qué le vamos a meter? Voy a ver. Voy a estar viendo eso. Todavía no sé. Voy a ver qué se da, qué llega a un extremo. Si veo a alguien mentar madres en alguna categoría, ahí estaría interesado yo. Va a ver rápido Roblox, a ver cómo va después de esa gran caída que ha tenido. Ahí continúa en la mierda, ¿eh? Nada mal. Lucid lo mismo, ya lo vimos. Rivian un poco de lo mismo, ya lo vimos. Tesla lo mismo, ya lo vimos. Coinbase lo mismo, ya lo vimos. Circle, un poco pompeadón. Circle, no les voy a mentir. Lo vemos por acá. Pero en el mismo pinche rango de mierda. De nuevo, para eso funciona lo de PIONEX. Oclo, que habías tenido simplemente un retesteo por acá y vas a volver a regresar para abajo. Meta, creo que es lo mismo. Todo está como igual, ¿no? Menos que Nvidia, recuerden, las empresas de la inteligencia artificial habían valido verga, ¿no? Y ahí va esa mamada. Amazon, ¿cómo va? Tuvo su tope, simplemente ajustando, podría venir de vuelta básicamente a los 267. Siguiente nivel 263 y el siguiente va a ser su promedio del 5 en la de 2 semanas. El petróleo también está haciendo mucho de nada, aunque mucha gente cree que está haciendo más de lo que cree. Simplemente está usando este pendejo rango. Para verlo reventar, vamos a tener que verlo reventar de esta zona. Todavía nada. Nada. Y les voy a decir algo que me dice que el mercado en rojo ahorita, ¿no? La gran cantidad de acciones en rojo me está mintiendo. El dólar peso. El dólar peso está aquí abajo. Esto debería de ser muy fuerte para las acciones positivamente hablando. Muy fuerte. Y no pinta para nada. O sea, está todo, ¿no? En rojo. Nada como en general los índices están en verde. ¿Quién sabe por qué vergas? Cuando tus 7 magníficas están en rojo. Pero bueno, ya, que no. Como si tuviera algo de sentido esto. Se siente como un gran shakeout. Un gran shakeout. Porque a fin de cuentas, no está todo en altos históricos, solo los índices. Vamos a ver si nos da más para abajo o si ya no, pero hasta ahorita, es más, no, me acabo de enterar que tengo dinero fresco sentado en una cuenta que se me había olvidado por completo. Y no, ahora sí que no sé, me voy a esperar todavía más a ver qué pasa antes de tomar una decisión con eso, porque no la veo clara, no sé si me va a dar mejores entradas en algo, si no, definitivamente ya no. Pero tengo que verlo, sentirlo. Así de fácil. En este momento. Alguien preguntaba, oye, una teoría conspiranoica de Bitcoin, ¿no? Por cierto, mi hermano, pésima teoría conspiranoica de Bitcoin. Ahorita la vuelvo a leer, pero en un segundo. Todos aquí andan platicando en el chat. Dice Ramón que pregunta, empiezo a percibir que los grandes traders empiezan a cambiar de idea, que el movimiento de Bitcoin no llegará a los 50, a los 40, sino que va a continuar para arriba. Te voy a decir esto, Ramón. Nadie aquí, y esto es como les digo que tienen que leer las noticias. No importa si gente se está cambiando de bando, si las noticias dicen una cosa, el sentimiento de las personas es lo que cuenta. El leer el sentimiento. Y el que todos todavía estén esperanzados aquí viendo, ¿no? Y justamente lo platicamos ahorita, de que vean lo fácil que se creyeron todos que vamos para abajo. Eso me dice que todavía no hay nada. Nada, o sea, nada. No sé si me encantaría, y se los digo de corazón, me encantaría ver ese movimiento ya 53, 45, 49, 30, me da igual, cabrón, dame algo. Pero no tiene cara de que eso sea el caso en este momento. Para mí, todos, todos están confundidos ahorita. Todos, todos. Y yo creo que estamos, ¿no? Porque no hay... Yo estoy, como les digo, posicionado. No me estoy esperando a ver si vuelve a haber más bajos en todo, porque de nuevo, no estoy comprando Bitcoin en spot, como sea. Por ejemplo, Strategy, si llegara a los 81, yo creo que sería, si se regresa, ¿no? A donde está. Deme un segundo para regresar a mi tabla, que acabo de pasar por 30 pantallas. El pedo es que algo se rompió en todo esto. Si Strategy hace esto, yo no creo que vaya a reventar este mínimo, por ejemplo. ¿No? Si Coinbase, pero vean cómo todo está literalmente ahí. Si Coinbase vuelve a venir a los 139, me cuesta trabajo pensar que va a reventar esa zona. Me encantaría. Circle más o menos está levantando al siguiente escalón, pero también me cuesta, no, todavía tengo cash de todas mis compras, sigo esperando. Pero ponte tú que Circle se llegara a llevar a este mínimo, sería por... La única razón por la que a este todavía le doy el beneficio de la duda es porque Circle podría venir a hacer esto y chingarse para arriba. Donde el pedo de la invalidación de Circle, para que lo sepan, de esto es un cierre por arriba de $87. Arriba de $87, este fue el fondo, el de febrero, el que compramos. Y esta zona donde agregamos, bastante buena, honestamente, bastante buena, pero no te da la entrada de esta, tristemente, si es que si llegas a ver eso de esta zona, volviéndose otra vez soporte en vez de resistencia en los $88, $87. Fuera eso no hay nada, tíos, o sea, no hay nada. Estamos como en un stand-by gigantesco en todo. Y también, ¿por qué? Porque es verano, ¿no? Es parte de esto. Alguien preguntaba que si a Bitcoin, es que no tiene nada de conspiranoica la teoría, pero dice, no, es teoría conspiranoica. Teoría conspiranoica es algo diferente. Pero preguntan, ¿no crees que dicen que los gobiernos confiscan Bitcoin y hay todas estas carteras que perdieron su Bitcoin? No les importan esas carteras que ya perdieron su Bitcoin, no tienen nada que ver. No tengo ni idea de eso de ARC, de Mainnet, de Circle, no tengo nada de eso. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen. Es básicamente eso. Y recuerden que si quieren hacer el corto de SpaceX, lo pueden hacer en, ¿cómo se llama? Lo pueden hacer en BLOFIN también. Ahí tienen acciones tokenizadas para que no se me pierdan acá. Siento que esa va a ser una gran oportunidad en SpaceX. No les voy a... Ahí estás. Ahorita mismo, acabando esto, voy a empezar a abrir mi posición en SpaceX. Que ya todo el mundo está muy alcista, ya todo, ¿no? Perfecto. Uf. Ojalá y salga bien. Es el peor de tradear con apalancamiento, ¿no? Que puede que tengas bien la idea, pero el número no te dio bien. Entonces, por eso voy a empezar a abrir mi posición, aunque puede que no sea la ideal, pero bueno, vamos a ver cómo nos va con esto. Y simplemente esperar. Algo cabrón se viene. Vamos a ver qué es. Para arriba o para abajo. Pero algo muy cabrón se viene. Y si es para abajo, por eso les digo siempre, tengan su plan bien marcado. Porque a fin de cuentas tienes un plan y cuando pones un plan, también tienes un plan de, güey, la cagué si esto pasa. ¿Y ahí qué vas a hacer? ¿No? Si tienes ese problema. Es todo lo que quiero decir, porque si sabes cuando la cagaste qué es lo que vas a hacer, pues aún así funciona tu plan, güey. No importa que no le des a los números perfecto, da igual. Yo no soy de esas personas esperando los números perfectos, de nuevo. Simplemente me guío tanto por el sentimiento. Tesla es el mejor ejemplo que les puedo dar, también Rivian de esto. O sea, no me vienes a decir, Elon Musk, aguanta tus acciones que compré aquí, cabrón. Nel, güey, las voy a vender. Cuando me dices, agarra tus acciones de Tesla, van a valer mucho. Pues lo que han valido es verga. Y ahí viene con la posibilidad de que se coman todos los que compraron aquí abajo, que se avienten un pinche viaje redondo. Y qué coraje. Pero, pues, güey, entiendo, las emociones a veces son difíciles de luchar contra. Es todo el día de hoy. Ya pasó el eclipse, no pasó nada, no vinieron los extraterrestres, no se los violaron, el gobierno no sacó nuevas vacunas. Todo bien. Les mando un abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar aquí. Nos vemos el viernes, ¿cómo de que no? Gracias, mis estimados, pórtense bien y tranquilos a seguir en el casino.